The Art of the Russian Avant-Garde, Revolutionary Changes in Russian Art, written by Haya Vent, narrated by Kara Miller. Chapter 1. The Birth of the Russian Avant-Garde. The Russian avant-garde emerged in the early 20th century as a radical departure from traditional artistic norms, driven by a desire to redefine the relationship between art, society, and politics. This movement was shaped by a dynamic confluence of historical events, cultural shifts, and artistic experimentation that challenged the aesthetic traditions of Imperial Russia and pushed the boundaries of artistic expression. At the turn of the century, Russia was undergoing rapid modernization, yet it remained a country deeply divided between its aristocratic elite and the working-class majority. The tensions of this period, exacerbated by industrialization, political unrest, and growing revolutionary sentiment, fueled a desire for new modes of expression that could capture the changing spirit of the times. Young artists sought inspiration from European movements such as Impressionism, Post-Impressionism, and Fauvism, but they were equally interested in developing a distinctly Russian artistic identity. Early pioneers of the Russian avant-garde, including Mikhail Larionov and Natalia Goncharova, rejected academic realism in favor of bold colors, exaggerated forms, and dynamic compositions. Their experimentation led to the development of new styles such as Rayonism, which sought to depict light and movement in an abstract manner. At the same time, Wassily Kandinsky explored the spiritual potential of abstract art, laying the foundation for the non-objective painting that would later define the movement. One of the key drivers behind the rise of the avant-garde was the role of collectors and patrons who recognized the value of innovative art. Notable figures such as Sergei Shukin and Ivan Morozov amassed significant collections of French modernist paintings, introducing Russian artists to the works of Picasso, Matisse, and Cézanne. These influences helped shape the trajectory of Russian modernism. But rather than simply imitating Western styles, Russian artists sought to synthesize them with their own cultural heritage, including traditional iconography and folk art. By the 1910s, the Russian avant-garde had begun to gain traction, with major exhibitions showcasing its groundbreaking works. The Jack of Diamonds and Donkey's Tail groups, as well as the Radical Union of Youth, provided platforms for artists to present their ideas to the public. These exhibitions marked the beginning of a new artistic era, one that would soon merge with revolutionary ideals and become inseparable from the political upheavals of the early Soviet period. As the movement gathered momentum, it laid the groundwork for later developments such as Cubo-futurism, suprematism, and constructivism. What began as an artistic rebellion against tradition quickly evolved into a force that would redefine not just Russian art, but the global understanding of modernism itself. The socio-political landscape of late Imperial Russia. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, Russia stood at a crossroads between tradition and modernity. As one of Europe's last remaining autocratic empires, it was ruled by Tsar Nicholas II, whose government maintained strict control over political and social life. However, beneath this rigid system, tensions were brewing. Industrialization had begun to transform Russian society, but the benefits of economic growth were unevenly distributed. While cities like Moscow and St. Petersburg experienced rapid urbanization and the rise of a new working class, much of the population remained impoverished, with peasants still bound to a system of land ownership that left them struggling to survive. This period was marked by widespread dissatisfaction with the monarchy, which had failed to address the country's growing economic and social disparities. The Russian Revolution of 1905, triggered by a series of military defeats and domestic hardships, led to mass protests, worker strikes, and demands for political reform. the Tsar was forced to make concessions, resulting in the creation of the Duma, a parliamentary body meant to give a voice to the people. However, these reforms were largely superficial, as Nicholas II retained ultimate authority and frequently dissolved the Duma when it challenged his rule. Against this backdrop of political unrest, Russian intellectuals and artists began seeking new ways to express their discontent with the status quo. The cultural landscape of Russia was shifting, with literature, theater, and the visual arts becoming outlets for radical ideas. Writers like Maxim Gorky depicted the struggles of the working class, while theatrical innovators like Vsevolod Meyerhold experimented with new performance techniques that reflected the chaotic energy of the time. The avant-garde movement in art was deeply influenced by these broader societal changes, as artists sought to break free from academic traditions and develop a visual language that resonated with the revolutionary spirit. At the same time, Russia was becoming increasingly aware of artistic developments in Western Europe. The influx of Impressionist, Post-Impressionist, and early Cubist works introduced Russian artists to bold new ways of seeing the world. This exposure, combined with the country's own cultural and political turmoil, created fertile ground for artistic innovation. Avant-garde artists rejected the idealized realism that had long dominated Russian painting, instead embracing abstraction, experimentation, and a rejection of the past. By the eve of World War I, the socio-political landscape of Russia had reached a breaking point. Economic hardship, political repression, and growing revolutionary fervor were pushing the empire toward collapse. These forces would not only shape the course of Russian history, but also define the trajectory of its avant-garde movement, as artists found themselves increasingly aligned with the revolutionary cause and the desire to reshape society through art. The influence of European modernism. The Russian avant-garde did not emerge in isolation. It was profoundly shaped by the revolutionary artistic movements sweeping through Europe in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. As Russian artists sought to break away from academic traditions, they found inspiration in the bold experiments of their Western counterparts, particularly the works of the French Impressionists, Post-Impressionists, and early Cubists. These influences played a crucial role in the evolution of Russian modernism, blending with the country's own cultural and political climate to create something entirely new. One of the earliest and most significant European influences came from Impressionism and Post-Impressionism. The works of Claude Monet, Paul Cézanne, and Vincent van Gogh captivated Russian collectors such as Sergei Shukin and Ivan Morozov, who amassed extensive collections of French modernist paintings. Through their patronage, Russian artists were exposed to new ways of using color, light, and form, inspiring them to move beyond the constraints of realism. Cézanne's structural approach to painting, in particular, had a lasting impact, laying the foundation for the geometric abstraction that would later define Russian movements like Cubofuturism and Suprematism. Fauvism and Cubism also left a deep imprint on Russian art. The bold, non-naturalistic color palettes of Henri Matisse and the fragmented, multi-perspective compositions of Pablo Picasso and Georges Braque challenged traditional notions of representation. Russian artists such as Mikhail Larionov and Natalia Goncharova embraced these radical techniques, incorporating them into their own experimental styles. However, rather than merely imitating their Western influences, they sought to fuse them with Russian folk art, religious iconography, and national themes, creating a uniquely Russian form of modernism. Futurism, which originated in Italy under the leadership of Filippo Tommaso Marinetti, also found enthusiastic followers in Russia. With its emphasis on speed, technology, and the rejection of the past, Futurism resonated deeply with Russian artists who were eager to reflect the energy of their rapidly changing society. Figures like David Berliuk and Velimir Klebnikov adapted futurist ideas, incorporating them into both visual art and literature. Russian Futurism, however, took on a distinct character, with many of its adherents advocating for a complete reinvention of artistic expression in alignment with revolutionary ideals. By the 1910s, Russian artists were no longer passive consumers of European modernism, but active participants in shaping its future. They absorbed, adapted, and ultimately transformed these influences into movements like suprematism, led by Kazimir Malevich, and constructivism, championed by Vladimir Tatlin. These new approaches to art would soon go beyond aesthetic concerns, aligning with the political revolution that was about to reshape Russia and the world. Key early innovators: Larionov, Goncharova, and Kandinsky. The early pioneers of the Russian avant-garde played a crucial role in challenging artistic conventions and laying the foundation for radical new movements. Among the most influential were Mikhail Larionov, Natalia Goncharova, and Wasily Kandinsky, each of whom brought a distinct approach to modernism while pushing Russian art beyond traditional academic boundaries. Their experiments in color, form, and abstraction helped define the avant-garde's trajectory, setting the stage for later developments in suprematism and constructivism. Mikhail Larionov was a key figure in the early Russian avant-garde, known for his rebellious spirit and willingness to break with artistic traditions. He was instrumental in introducing elements of Fauvism and Cubism into Russian art. But his most significant contribution was the development of Rayonism, an abstract style that sought to capture the dynamic interplay of light rays. Inspired by the idea that objects are not defined by their solid outlines, but by the energy radiating from them, Larionov's Rayonist paintings used bold, intersecting lines and vibrant colors to create a sense of movement and depth. His influence extended beyond painting, as he also played a pivotal role in organizing avant-garde exhibitions, bringing together artists who shared a commitment to innovation. Natalia Goncharova, Larionov's lifelong partner and collaborator, was another major force in the Russian avant-garde. Her work drew inspiration from Russian folk art, religious icons, and modernist techniques, resulting in a unique synthesis of tradition and experimentation. Goncharova's paintings often featured bold colors, simplified forms, and a raw, expressive energy that set her apart from her contemporaries. She was also one of the first Russian artists to embrace futurism, depicting the dynamism of modern life with fractured forms and a sense of movement. In addition to painting, she was involved in stage design, book illustration, and fashion, demonstrating a multidisciplinary approach that would later become a hallmark of the avant-garde movement. Wasily Kandinsky took abstraction to an entirely new level, becoming one of the first artists to create purely non-objective paintings. Deeply influenced by music and spirituality, Kandinsky believed that art should transcend physical reality and evoke emotions through color and composition alone. His theoretical writings, particularly concerning the spiritual in art, 1911, provided a philosophical foundation for abstract art, arguing that form and color could communicate a deeper, almost mystical meaning. His paintings, characterized by fluid shapes, dynamic compositions, and vibrant color harmonies, had a profound impact on both Russian and European modernism. Together, Larionov, Goncharova, and Kandinsky shattered artistic conventions and opened the door for future avant-garde movements. Their innovations not only transformed Russian art, but also contributed to the broader evolution of modernism on an international scale. The role of art collectors and patrons. The development of the Russian avant-garde was not solely the result of artists pushing boundaries. It was also shaped by the crucial support of collectors and patrons who recognized the value of modernist experimentation. Wealthy industrialists, merchants, and intellectuals played a key role in fostering artistic innovation by purchasing avant-garde works, funding exhibitions, and establishing private collections that introduced Russian audiences to new ideas. Among the most influential figures in this realm were Sergei Shukin and Ivan Morozov, whose patronage not only transformed the careers of individual artists, but also helped integrate Russian modernism into the broader European avant-garde movement. Sergei Shukin was one of the most important art collectors of his time, amassing an extraordinary collection of French Impressionist, Post-Impressionist, and early Cubist paintings. His Moscow mansion became a treasure trove of works by Monet, Cézanne, Gauguin, Matisse, and Picasso, among others. Unlike many traditional collectors, Shukin had a remarkable eye for groundbreaking art, often acquiring pieces that were considered radical or controversial. He also actively engaged with Russian avant-garde artists, inviting them to study the works in his collection and absorb the lessons of European modernism. Through this exposure, painters such as Kazimir Malevich, Mikhail Larionov, and Natalia Goncharova found inspiration to develop their own experimental styles, blending Western influences with uniquely Russian themes. Ivan Morozov, another major collector, had a slightly different approach, but was equally significant in shaping the Russian avant-garde. While he shared Shukin's passion for French modernist art, Morozov was more focused on bridging the gap between Western and Russian artistic traditions. His collection included not only works by European masters, but also pieces by Russian artists who were beginning to explore modernist techniques. By providing financial support and exhibition opportunities, Morozov helped cultivate a thriving avant-garde scene in Moscow and St. Petersburg. Beyond individual collectors, state and private institutions also played a role in supporting avant-garde artists. Progressive art groups such as Jack of Diamonds and Donkey's Tail relied on patronage to organize exhibitions that introduced modernist ideas to a wider audience. Additionally, the emergence of new galleries and art magazines provided platforms for experimental work, fostering an environment where radical artistic movements could flourish. Without the backing of these visionary patrons and collectors, the Russian avant-garde may not have reached the same level of influence and innovation. Their willingness to embrace the new and the unconventional allowed artists to push creative boundaries, ultimately shaping one of the most revolutionary periods in art history. The first exhibitions and public reception. The early exhibitions of the Russian avant-garde were groundbreaking events that introduced radical new artistic ideas to the public. These exhibitions, often organized by artists themselves, served as platforms for challenging academic traditions and presenting modernist experiments in color, form, and abstraction. While some audiences embraced the avant-garde's innovative spirit, others reacted with shock, confusion, or outright hostility. The tension between tradition and modernity played out in these early shows, shaping the movement's evolution and cementing its place in Russian cultural history. One of the first major avant-garde exhibitions was Jack of Diamonds, held in Moscow in 1910. Organized by Mikhail Larionov, Natalia Goncharova, and a group of like-minded artists, this show brought together Russian and European modernists, showcasing influences from post-impressionism, Fauvism, and Cubism. The title itself was provocative, referencing a playing card often associated with trickery and rebellion, signaling the group's desire to break from academic norms. The exhibition's bold use of color and distorted forms shocked many visitors, with critics accusing the artists of abandoning skill and tradition. However, it also attracted praise from progressive intellectuals who recognized its significance in shaping a new artistic language. Following Jack of Diamonds, Larionov and Goncharova pushed further with the Donkey's Tail exhibition in 1912. This show rejected European influences in favor of a distinctly Russian approach, drawing inspiration from folk art, religious icons, and indigenous crafts. The name was a direct jab at academic artists who, according to Larionov, clung to outdated styles. While the exhibition was met with mixed reactions, it solidified the avant-garde's commitment to redefining Russian art on its own terms. Another major exhibition, Target, took place in 1913 and introduced the public to Rayonism, Larionov's new abstract style based on the depiction of light rays. This was one of the first moments when Russian artists moved beyond figurative representation into pure abstraction. Around the same time, Kazimir Malevich began developing suprematism, which he formally unveiled at the last Futurist exhibition 0.10 in 1915. This exhibition was a defining moment in avant-garde history, featuring Malevich's Black Square, a stark black canvas that symbolized the rejection of all prior artistic traditions. The radical simplicity of Black Square stunned audiences, sparking debates about the very nature of art itself. Despite initial skepticism and even outrage, these early exhibitions laid the foundation for the avant-garde's growing influence. While conservative critics dismissed modernist works as chaotic or nonsensical, a new generation of artists and intellectuals saw them as a necessary break from the past. These public showings not only shaped the movement's trajectory, but also positioned Russian avant-garde artists at the forefront of global modernism. Chapter 2: Cubofuturism and the Fusion of Movements. Cubofuturism was one of the most distinctive and dynamic movements within the Russian avant-garde, emerging in the early 1910s as a fusion of two major European modernist styles, French Cubism and Italian Futurism. Russian artists took the fragmented forms and multiple perspectives of Cubism and combined them with the energy, motion, and technological obsession of Futurism. This hybrid approach allowed them to explore new ways of representing movement, space, and modern life, ultimately leading to the radical abstraction that would define later avant-garde developments. At the heart of Cubofuturism was the idea that reality could be deconstructed and reassembled into dynamic, geometric compositions. Artists such as Kazimir Malevich, Lyubov Popova, and Olga Rozanova used bold lines, sharp angles, and layered perspectives to create works that suggested movement and mechanization. Unlike traditional Cubism, which often emphasized stillness and introspection, Cubofuturism embraced speed, energy, and the chaos of the modern world. The influence of Futurism was particularly evident in the depiction of machines, urban landscapes, and the transformation of the human figure into a mechanized form. One of the key figures in Cubofuturism was Malevich, who experimented with fragmented compositions and vibrant color contrasts before moving toward pure abstraction. His early works, such as The Knife Grinder, 1912 to 1913, exemplified the movement's aesthetic with its dynamic repetition of forms and suggestion of motion. Meanwhile, artists like Popova and Rozanova pushed the boundaries of Cubofuturism by integrating elements of texture and materiality, paving the way for constructivism in the years to come. Cubofuturism was not limited to painting. It also had a profound impact on Russian literature and theater, particularly in the works of the poet Vladimir Mayakovsky and the playwright Velimir Klebnikov. Mayakovsky's bold, fragmented verse mirrored the movement's visual aesthetic, while Klebnikov's experimental language and rejection of conventional narrative structures aligned with the avant-garde's desire to break with tradition. The movement also influenced set and costume design, as seen in the striking geometric stage productions of Alexandra Exter. Despite its short-lived dominance, Cubofuturism was a crucial step in the evolution of Russian modernism. By merging elements of European avant-garde movements with distinctly Russian themes, it helped lay the groundwork for later developments like suprematism and constructivism. The movement's emphasis on dynamism, abstraction, and the modern machine age would continue to resonate in Russian art, literature, and design well into the revolutionary period and beyond. The influence of Italian Futurism and French Cubism. The Russian avant-garde did not emerge in isolation, but was deeply influenced by European modernist movements, particularly Italian Futurism and French Cubism. These two artistic currents introduced radical new ways of representing reality, challenging traditional notions of perspective, form, and movement. Russian artists, eager to break away from academic realism, absorbed and reinterpreted these ideas, ultimately shaping their own distinctive approach to modernism. French Cubism, pioneered by Pablo Picasso and Georges Braque, revolutionized visual art by deconstructing objects into geometric shapes and multiple viewpoints. Rather than depicting a single fixed perspective, Cubist works presented fragmented compositions that allowed for a more abstract representation of space and form. Russian artists such as Kazimir Malevich, Lyubov Popova, and Alexandra Exter embraced this technique, using it to reimagine figures, landscapes, and urban scenes. Unlike their French counterparts, however, Russian Cubists often infused their works with vibrant colors and a more dynamic, energetic quality, setting the stage for Cubo-Futurism. Italian Futurism, led by artists like Umberto Boccioni and Giacomo Balla, focused on movement, speed, and the mechanization of modern life. Their paintings captured a sense of rapid transformation, with swirling lines and repeated forms, creating an illusion of motion. The Futurists glorified industry, technology, and urbanization, seeking to break entirely from the past. Russian artists, particularly those associated with the avant-garde, found inspiration in these themes, adapting them to express the revolutionary changes taking place in their own society. The influence of Futurism was evident in the works of Natalia Goncharova and Mikhail Larionov, whose paintings often depicted dynamic motion through layered shapes and bold strokes of color. What made the Russian interpretation of these movements unique was its synthesis of Cubist structure and Futurist energy. Rather than simply imitating European trends, Russian artists fused these styles with their own cultural elements, such as folk art, religious iconography, and Slavic traditions. This blending gave rise to Cubo-Futurism, a distinctly Russian movement that emphasized both form and dynamism. The writings of Russian futurist poets, such as Vladimir Mayakovsky and Velimir Klebnikov, further reinforced this aesthetic, using fragmented language and experimental typography to mirror the visual revolution happening in painting and design. Ultimately, the impact of Italian Futurism and French Cubism on the Russian avant-garde was profound. By integrating these influences, Russian artists developed an artistic language that was both international and uniquely their own. This fusion not only propelled the avant-garde forward, but also laid the foundation for later movements like suprematism and constructivism, which would redefine modern art on a global scale. Key figures: Malevich, Popova, and Rozanova. The Russian avant-garde was shaped by many visionary artists, but few were as influential as Kazimir Malevich, Lyubov Popova, and Olga Rozanova. Each played a crucial role in pushing the boundaries of modern art, challenging traditional forms, and laying the foundation for abstract and non-objective art. Their contributions to movements like Cubo-Futurism, suprematism, and constructivism left a lasting impact on 20th century art. Kazimir Malevich was a pioneer of abstraction and the founder of suprematism, a movement that sought to reduce art to its purest form. His early work was influenced by Cubism and Futurism, but by 1915, he had developed a radical new artistic language that emphasized geometric shapes, stark contrasts, and a complete rejection of representational art. His masterpiece, Black Square, was a groundbreaking statement, symbolizing a new beginning in art, free from the constraints of the material world. Malevich believed that art should transcend reality, focusing on spiritual and philosophical concerns rather than depicting physical objects. His theories and paintings profoundly influenced modernist movements worldwide. Lyubov Popova was one of the most innovative artists of her time, contributing to Cubo-Futurism, suprematism, and later constructivism. Unlike Malevich, who pursued a more mystical approach to abstraction, Popova embraced the material world and sought to integrate art with industry and design. Her works, such as painterly architectonics, explored dynamic compositions with bold colors and intersecting geometric forms. She was also deeply involved in theater and textile design, applying avant-garde principles to practical and functional art. Popova's belief in art as a tool for social transformation aligned closely with the revolutionary spirit of the 1910s and 1920s. Olga Rozanova was another key figure in the Russian avant-garde, known for her experiments with color, form, and texture. Initially influenced by Cubo-Futurism, she later developed a unique approach that prefigured some of the ideas found in abstract expressionism. Her work, Green Stripe, demonstrated her ability to use color as an expressive force, independent of any representational subject matter. Rozanova was also a prominent theorist and poet, actively engaging with futurist literary circles. Tragically, her life was cut short in 1918, but her artistic innovations continued to inspire later generations. Together, Malevich, Popova, and Rozanova played a crucial role in defining the Russian avant-garde. While their approaches differed, they all sought to redefine the purpose and function of art in a rapidly changing world. Their legacy continues to shape contemporary abstract and conceptual art, proving the enduring relevance of their revolutionary ideas. The Russian interpretation of movement and form. The Russian avant-garde was deeply invested in the exploration of movement and form, drawing from European influences while forging its own unique path. Unlike the Italian futurists, who glorified speed and mechanization, or the French cubists, who deconstructed objects into rigid geometric structures, Russian artists sought a more fluid and expressive interpretation of these ideas. By merging movement with form, they created dynamic compositions that captured the energy of a rapidly changing world. One of the defining characteristics of the Russian approach was its emphasis on rhythm and structure. Artists like Kazimir Malevich, Lyubov Popova, and Olga Rozanova experimented with intersecting planes and overlapping shapes to convey a sense of motion. In Cubo-Futurist works, for example, figures and objects appeared fractured yet alive, their fragmented forms suggesting both movement and transformation. This approach reflected not only the influence of Italian Futurism and French Cubism, but also a distinctly Russian sensibility that emphasized intuition, emotional intensity, and spiritual depth. Another key element was the use of dynamic asymmetry. Unlike traditional academic compositions, which were balanced and harmonious, Russian avant-garde works often appeared unbalanced, as if frozen in mid-motion. This was particularly evident in the works of Natalia Goncharova and Mikhail Larionov, whose Rayonist paintings broke away from linear perspective to create an illusion of light and energy radiating in multiple directions. Their use of diagonal lines and intersecting colors gave their paintings a pulsating, almost musical quality, reinforcing the idea that art should evoke sensation rather than simply depict reality. Beyond painting, Russian interpretations of movement and form extended to other artistic disciplines, including sculpture, theater, and graphic design. Constructivist artists like Alexander Rodchenko and Vladimir Tatlin applied these principles to three-dimensional space, designing structures that emphasized function and kinetic energy. Tatlin's monument to the Third International was a prime example of this synthesis, its spiraling, twisting forms symbolizing both revolutionary progress and perpetual motion. Typography and book design also reflected these ideas, particularly in the work of the Futurist poets, who experimented with unconventional layouts and bold, dynamic lettering. The fusion of visual art with literature further reinforced the Russian avant-garde's holistic approach to movement and form, pushing the boundaries of artistic expression across multiple mediums. Ultimately, the Russian interpretation of movement and form was more than a stylistic experiment. It was a response to the dramatic social and political changes of the early 20th century. By capturing the energy of revolution, industrialization, and modern life, Russian artists created a bold new visual language that remains influential in contemporary design and abstract art. Poetry and visual art, the Futurist manifestos. The Russian Futurist movement was a radical force that merged poetry and visual art in unprecedented ways. Inspired by Italian Futurism, yet distinctly Russian in its execution, the movement sought to break away from traditional artistic and literary conventions, embracing bold typography, dynamic compositions, and unconventional linguistic structures. Through manifestos, books, and experimental designs, Futurist artists and poets transformed the printed page into a space of visual and verbal rebellion. At the heart of Russian Futurism were figures like Vladimir Mayakovsky, Velimir Klebnikov, and Alexei Kruchionik, who sought to reinvent language itself. Their poetry abandoned conventional syntax and grammar, replacing it with a fragmented, rhythmic style that mirrored the chaotic energy of the modern world. They introduced psalm, a concept meaning transrational or beyond sense language, where words and sounds were liberated from their conventional meanings. This linguistic experimentation aligned closely with the visual innovations of futurist painters and designers who aimed to dismantle the constraints of traditional form and composition. One of the most famous manifestos of the movement, A Slap in the Face of Public Taste, 1912, rejected the literary and artistic norms of the past, urging creators to abandon classical influences and embrace new experimental forms. The manifesto declared the necessity of rejecting Pushkin and other revered figures of Russian literature in favor of a raw, unfiltered artistic expression. This declaration of artistic independence paralleled the work of painters like Natalia Goncharova and Mikhail Larionov, who similarly rejected academic traditions in favor of a radical new visual language. The fusion of poetry and visual art was also evident in futurist book design. Many publications featured innovative typography, with words arranged in unexpected patterns to enhance their visual impact. Books were no longer merely vessels for text, but works of art in themselves, integrating bold colors, asymmetrical layouts, and experimental letter forms. The collaboration between poets and visual artists blurred the boundaries between literary and visual expression, reinforcing the futurists' belief that art should be a multi-sensory experience. Beyond printed works, Russian futurists also extended their ideas into performance art, creating provocative poetry readings and theatrical productions that combine spoken word, movement, and visual spectacle. Mayakovsky, in particular, was known for his powerful public recitations, using his deep voice and dramatic delivery to transform poetry into a performance medium. Ultimately, the Futurist manifestos and their integration of poetry and visual art played a crucial role in shaping the avant-garde movement. They challenged not only artistic conventions, but also societal norms, embracing a vision of art that was radical, dynamic, and inseparable from the revolutionary spirit of the era. Cubo-futurism in theater and book design. Cubo-futurism, a uniquely Russian synthesis of cubism and futurism, extended beyond painting and poetry into the realms of theater and book design. These two art forms provided fertile ground for the movement's radical experimentation with form, movement, and perception. By integrating Cubo-futurist principles into staged performances and printed materials, artists and designers sought to break conventional boundaries and redefine artistic expression. In theater, Cubo-futurism revolutionized set and costume design, movement, and narrative structure. Unlike traditional theatrical productions, which prioritized realism and linear storytelling, Cubo-futurist theater embraced abstraction, fragmentation, and dynamic energy. One of the most notable examples was Victory Over the Sun, 1913, a futurist opera with a libretto by Alexei Krutyanik, music by Mikhail Matushin, and sets and costumes designed by Kazimir Malevich. The production abandoned naturalistic scenery in favor of geometric constructions, asymmetrical forms, and exaggerated costumes that resembled mechanized beings rather than human figures. The play's language, heavily influenced by Krutyanik's Zalm, transrational poetry, further defied conventional storytelling by prioritizing sound and rhythm over meaning. The influence of Cubo-futurism in theater also extended to performance techniques. Actors moved in a rigid, mechanical fashion, embodying the futurist obsession with technology and industrialization. The emphasis on sharp angles and geometric motion mirrored the visual principles seen in Cubo-futurist paintings, where movement was expressed through overlapping planes and fragmented forms. By rejecting naturalistic acting, these performances aligned with the avant-garde's broader mission of challenging artistic norms and embracing the modern world's dynamism. Simultaneously, book design became a crucial medium for Cubo-futurist expression. Unlike traditional book layouts that followed rigid typographic conventions, futurist books embraced chaos and experimentation. Typography was manipulated to create visual impact, with words arranged in nonlinear patterns, shifting font sizes, and unconventional spacing. Illustrations, often created by artists like Natalia Goncharova and Olga Rozanova, rejected realistic depictions in favor of abstract forms that complemented the text's experimental nature. These books were not merely containers of literary content, but works of art in their own right, blending text and image into a unified composition. One of the most striking aspects of Cubo-Futurist book design was its emphasis on handcrafted elements. Many books were published in limited editions with handmade covers, bold lithographic prints, and collage-like compositions. The materiality of the books reflected the movement's rejection of mass-produced aesthetics in favor of an artisanal approach that emphasized individuality and artistic craftsmanship. Ultimately, Cubo-Futurism's impact on theater and book design was profound, pushing both forms beyond traditional artistic constraints. By merging visual abstraction with experimental storytelling and typographic innovation, the movement helped redefine how audiences experience both performance and the printed page, leaving a lasting legacy in avant-garde art. Chapter 3: Suprematism, the Art of Pure Abstraction. Suprematism, pioneered by Kazimir Malevich in the early 1910s, represented a radical departure from previous artistic movements by embracing pure abstraction. Unlike Cubo-Futurism, which still retained elements of recognizable forms, suprematism sought to free art from any reference to the material world. Malevich believed that art should exist independently of reality, focusing solely on geometric shapes, dynamic compositions, and the emotional power of color. This movement marked a turning point in Russian avant-garde art, influencing not only painting, but also architecture, graphic design, and even stage production. Malevich's breakthrough came in 1915 with the exhibition 0.10, the Last Futurist Exhibition, in Petrograd, where he unveiled his now iconic painting, Black Square. This work, a simple black square set against a white background, was revolutionary in its stark simplicity. Malevich declared it to be the zero point of painting, the ultimate expression of artistic freedom, stripped of any representational or narrative elements. For him, Black Square symbolized a new beginning, where art was no longer bound by the physical world, but instead became a means of pure expression. The principles of suprematism were outlined in Malevich's writings, particularly in The Non-Objective World, 1927. He argued that the true essence of art lay in the arrangement of shapes and colors, rather than in the depiction of objects. Suprematist compositions often featured floating geometric forms, squares, circles, rectangles, arranged in ways that suggested movement and weightlessness. The use of primary colors, combined with black and white, reinforced the idea of purity and abstraction. While Malevich was the central figure of suprematism, other artists also contributed to its development. L. Lissitzky, for example, expanded suprematist principles into graphic design and architecture with his Proun series, which explored three-dimensional space through abstract forms. Lissitzky's work laid the foundation for later constructivist design and influenced the Bauhaus movement in Europe. Similarly, artists like Ivan Kliun and Ilya Chashnik explored suprematist aesthetics in different mediums, from painting to industrial design. Despite its initial success, suprematism faced challenges after the Russian Revolution, as the Soviet government increasingly demanded that art serve ideological and practical purposes. Abstract art was criticized for being disconnected from the needs of the working class, and by the late 1920s, socialist realism became the dominant state-sponsored style. Malevich himself was forced to abandon pure abstraction, returning to more figurative work in his later years. Nevertheless, suprematism's impact was profound, influencing modernist movements worldwide. Its emphasis on geometric abstraction and spatial freedom helped shape the course of 20th century art, leaving a legacy that extended far beyond its origins in revolutionary Russia. Kazimir Malevich and the Black Square. Kazimir Malevich's Black Square, 1915, is one of the most revolutionary works in modern art, marking the birth of suprematism and redefining the very purpose of painting. Unlike any artwork before it, Black Square was not meant to represent a scene, an object, or even an idea. It was pure abstraction, existing solely as a composition of form and color. Malevich saw it as the zero point of painting, the moment when art was freed from its traditional role of depicting the visible world. Malevich first exhibited Black Square at the Point 10, the last futurist exhibition, in Petrograd in 1915, placing it high in the corner of the room where Russian Orthodox icons were traditionally hung. This positioning was a bold statement, suggesting that abstract art could take on a spiritual or metaphysical role, replacing religious imagery with a new visual language. By eliminating recognizable forms, Malevich believed he had created a work that expressed pure artistic feeling, untethered from historical or material constraints. The Black Square was not merely an isolated experiment, but the foundation of a larger artistic philosophy. In his 1927 book, The Non-Objective World, Malevich argued that painting should not be burdened by representation, but should instead focus on geometric forms and the relationships between them. This idea led to an entire series of suprematist compositions, including Black Circle and Black Cross, which further explored the idea of non-objective art. His later works introduced colored geometric shapes floating in white space, evoking movement and infinite possibility. Despite its radical nature, Black Square was met with mixed reactions. Some artists and critics praised Malevich's bold vision, while others dismissed it as meaningless. The Soviet government, which initially supported avant-garde experimentation, later turned against abstract art, favoring socialist realism instead. As a result, Malevich's influence waned within the Soviet Union, and he was forced to return to more representational styles in his later years. Yet, the legacy of Black Square endures. It became a cornerstone of modernist art, influencing movements such as constructivism, de-style, and minimalism. Its radical simplicity and conceptual depth challenged conventional notions of what art could be, paving the way for later explorations in abstract and conceptual art. Today, Black Square remains a symbol of artistic innovation, a work that continues to provoke thought and discussion more than a century after its creation. The Suprematist Manifesto, The Supremacy of Pure Feeling. Kazimir Malevich's Suprematist Manifesto, formally articulated in his 1927 book The Non-Objective World, laid the foundation for one of the most radical movements in modern art. Suprematism, as Malevich envisioned it, was not simply a new style, but a complete break from the traditions of representation. He believed that art should no longer serve to depict objects from the physical world, but should instead express pure feeling through shape, color, and composition. This concept of the supremacy of pure feeling became the driving force behind the movement, rejecting materialism and embracing abstraction as the ultimate form of artistic expression. Malevich argued that artists should abandon the constraints of realism and naturalism, which he saw as outdated and limiting. Instead, he proposed a new visual language based on geometric forms, squares, circles, and lines, arranged in ways that conveyed dynamic energy and spatial freedom. This shift was not merely aesthetic, but deeply philosophical. He saw suprematism as a means of transcending earthly concerns, reaching into a higher, non-objective reality. For Malevich, a painting was no longer a window into the world, but a self-contained entity that existed for its own sake. Central to this vision was Black Square, which Malevich described as the zero point of painting. This radical work embodied the essence of suprematism by eliminating any reference to the material world, serving as a pure expression of artistic thought. Later suprematist works, such as White on White, further developed these ideas, exploring the tension between form, space, and movement. Malevich's compositions often featured floating geometric shapes that suggested infinite expanses, reinforcing his belief that art should not be confined to the limitations of physical reality. The manifesto also had a strong utopian dimension. Malevich saw suprematism as the beginning of a new era in human consciousness, one in which art would be liberated from utilitarian functions. This idealism, however, clashed with the political realities of the Soviet Union. While early Bolshevik leaders initially embraced avant-garde experimentation, the increasing focus on socialist realism in the late 1920s led to the suppression of abstract art. Malevich was forced to abandon suprematism, and his later works returned to figuration under government pressure. Despite these challenges, the ideas outlined in the Suprematist Manifesto had a lasting impact on modern art. Suprematism influenced movements such as constructivism, minimalism, and even aspects of the Bauhaus school. By prioritizing pure feeling over representation, Malevich redefined the purpose of art, paving the way for future explorations in abstraction and conceptualism. His vision of an art untethered from the material world remains one of the most profound contributions to 20th century artistic thought. Geometric forms and the quest for the absolute. Suprematism, as envisioned by Kazimir Malevich, was not merely an artistic movement but a profound philosophical quest for the absolute in art. Malevich believed that geometric forms, circles, squares, and rectangles, had the power to transcend material reality and express a purer, more spiritual form of existence. By stripping art down to its fundamental elements, he sought to eliminate the distractions of representation and create a visual language that conveyed universal truths. This radical approach redefined the nature of painting and positioned suprematism as a movement dedicated to exploring the infinite through abstraction. At the core of this philosophy was Black Square, 1915, a work Malevich considered the zero point of painting. The square, a shape without hierarchy or illusion, became a symbol of pure feeling, unburdened by historical or naturalistic references. In later compositions, Malevich expanded this concept with White on White, 1918, where he pushed abstraction to its extreme, reducing form and color to their most elemental states. These works suggested an endless space beyond the canvas, reinforcing his belief that art should not depict the visible world, but instead reach into a higher, metaphysical realm. Malevich's use of geometric forms reflected his desire to move beyond subjective interpretation and create a system of universal artistic principles. Unlike Cubism, which fragmented reality to analyze it from multiple perspectives, suprematism rejected reality altogether, focusing instead on the relationships between pure shapes and colors. The placement of geometric forms in his compositions often created a sense of weightlessness and movement, evoking the limitless possibilities of human perception. This search for the absolute was deeply influenced by the broader intellectual currents of the early 20th century, particularly the intersection of art, mathematics, and mysticism. Malevich was fascinated by the idea that geometry could express fundamental cosmic forces, aligning his artistic vision with scientific and spiritual explorations of the time. His work shared parallels with the theories of Piet Mondrian and Wassily Kandinsky, who also saw abstraction as a means of accessing deeper truths beyond the material world. However, Malevich's pursuit of the absolute was ultimately challenged by the shifting political landscape of the Soviet Union. As the government embraced socialist realism as the dominant artistic doctrine, suprematism's non-objective forms were dismissed as impractical and counter-revolutionary. Malevich was forced to abandon his radical abstractions, but his ideas continued to influence generations of artists. The legacy of his geometric forms lives on in movements such as minimalism and contemporary conceptual art, proving that his vision of a pure, absolute artistic expression remains as relevant today as it was a century ago. Suprematism in architecture and design. While suprematism is most commonly associated with painting, its principles extended beyond the canvas, influencing architecture and design. Kazimir Malevich, the movement's founder, believed that suprematism was not just an artistic style, but a new way of thinking about space, structure, and form. He saw it as a means to transcend the limitations of traditional aesthetics and create a world where geometry and abstraction shape the built environment. Though many of his architectural ideas remain theoretical, They laid the groundwork for later developments in modernist and constructivist design. One of the most significant contributions of suprematism to architecture was Malevich's concept of architectons. These were abstract, three-dimensional models composed of interlocking geometric forms intended to explore the spatial possibilities of suprematist principles. Rather than adhering to functional or traditional architectural norms, these structures represented a utopian vision of pure form, free from historical constraints. Malevich imagined a future where buildings would float above the earth, untethered to the practical concerns of gravity or materiality. His most famous architecton models, such as Alpha Architecton, 1923, were stark, minimalist structures that anticipated the later aesthetics of modernist architecture. Suprematism also influenced graphic design, typography, and industrial design. The movement's emphasis on geometric shapes, bold colors, and dynamic compositions found a natural application in print media and propaganda. Artists such as L. Lissitzky, a close associate of Malevich, played a key role in translating suprematist principles into practical design work. Lissitzky's PROUN series, an abbreviation for Project for the Affirmation of the New, introduced a suprematist-inspired approach to spatial design, combining elements of painting, architecture, and typography into a unified visual language. His work in book design, posters, and exhibition spaces helped bridge the gap between abstract art and functional design. In addition to graphic design, suprematist aesthetics had an impact on furniture and industrial design. Simple geometric forms and asymmetrical compositions influenced early modernist design movements, including the Bauhaus. The emphasis on abstraction and reduction of ornamentation aligned with the principles of functionalism, which later shaped minimalist and contemporary design. Despite its radical vision, suprematist architecture and design faced significant challenges. As the Soviet Union shifted towards socialist realism in the late 1920s, non-objective art and experimental architecture were deemed impractical and elitist. Malevich's architectural ideas remained largely unrealized, and his abstract vision for the future faded from mainstream Soviet discourse. However, the legacy of suprematism continued to inspire architects and designers, influencing modernist movements worldwide. Today, echoes of its bold geometric forms and utopian ideals can still be seen in contemporary architecture, graphic design, and digital media, proving that suprematism was more than just a fleeting avant-garde experiment. It was a visionary approach to shaping the modern world. The decline of suprematism in the Soviet era. Despite its radical vision and influence on modern art, suprematism faced a steady decline as the political and cultural climate of the Soviet Union shifted in the late 1920s and early 1930s. What had once been celebrated as a revolutionary approach to art and design soon found itself at odds with the ideological demands of the Soviet state. As the government moved towards a more rigid artistic doctrine, abstract movements like suprematism were gradually marginalized in favor of socialist realism, which was seen as more accessible and politically useful. One of the primary factors contributing to suprematism's decline was the growing emphasis on collectivism and practical applications in art. Under Joseph Stalin's leadership, Soviet cultural policies demanded that art serve the working class and contribute to the construction of a socialist society. Suprematism, with its abstract, non-representational forms and metaphysical aspirations, was viewed as too detached from the struggles of the proletariat. Artists were expected to create works that directly conveyed Soviet ideals, celebrating industrial progress, labor, and the achievements of socialism. Kazimir Malevich, the founder of suprematism, experienced this ideological shift firsthand. By the late 1920s, his prominence within the Soviet art world had diminished, and his work was increasingly criticized as formalist and bourgeois. In an attempt to adapt, Malevich briefly returned to figurative painting, producing works that incorporated some elements of realism while still maintaining a suprematist sensibility. However, these efforts did little to restore his position, and he was eventually forced into obscurity. His theoretical writings were suppressed, and many of his paintings were hidden away or repurposed to align with state-approved artistic styles. The suppression of suprematism was part of a larger crackdown on avant-garde movements in general. The constructivists, who had once worked alongside suprematists, also saw their influence wane as the Soviet state demanded practical, functional art that served industrial and architectural needs. Avant-garde artists who had embraced abstraction, experimentation, and utopian ideals were either forced to conform or abandon their artistic pursuits altogether. By the mid-1930s, suprematism had all but disappeared from the official Soviet art scene. Malevich died in 1935, largely forgotten by the artistic establishment he had once helped revolutionize. However, his ideas and legacy did not vanish entirely. Suprematism continued to inspire artists and designers outside the Soviet Union, influencing modernist movements such as minimalism and abstract expressionism. Though it was suppressed during the Soviet era, its impact on the trajectory of contemporary art remains undeniable, proving that even in decline, suprematism had already shaped the future of visual culture. Chapter 4: Constructivism, Art for the New Society. As the Russian avant-garde evolved in the aftermath of the 1917 revolution, a new movement emerged that sought to redefine the role of art in a socialist society. Constructivism, which developed in the early 1920s, rejected the abstract mysticism of suprematism in favor of a practical, utilitarian approach to artistic creation. Constructivists believed that art should serve the needs of the new Soviet state by contributing to industry, architecture, propaganda, and mass communication. This movement represented a fundamental shift in the purpose of art, transforming it from an individual pursuit into a collective tool for social and political transformation. Constructivism was deeply influenced by the technological advancements and industrialization of the time. Artists embraced new materials such as steel, glass, and concrete, moving away from traditional artistic media like canvas and paint. They saw themselves not as isolated creators, but as engineers and designers, working collaboratively to build a new visual language that aligned with the ideals of the Soviet Union. This shift was reflected in the constructivist rejection of easel painting in favor of architecture, graphic design, photography, and stage design. One of the leading figures of constructivism was Vladimir Tatlin, whose Monument to the Third International, 1919 to 1920, became an iconic representation of the movement. Tatlin envisioned a towering spiral structure made of iron and glass, intended to house the headquarters of the Communist International. Although never built, the monument symbolized the constructivist ambition to merge artistic vision with industrial progress. Tatlin's work, along with that of other constructivists, emphasized functionality, geometric precision, and an embrace of modern engineering. L. Lissitzky, another key constructivist, played a crucial role in bringing the movement's principles to graphic design and propaganda. His famous Beat the Whites with the Red Wedge, 1919, used bold geometric shapes and striking colors to convey political messages, demonstrating how constructivist aesthetics could be applied to mass communication. Lissitzky also pioneered new approaches to typography, photography, and exhibition design, helping to establish constructivism as a major force in Soviet visual culture. By the mid-1920s, constructivism had expanded beyond fine art, influencing clothing design, theater, and even urban planning. However, as Stalin's regime tightened its control over cultural production, the movement's experimental and avant-garde tendencies came under scrutiny. Constructivist ideals of radical innovation and abstraction were gradually replaced by the state-mandated style of socialist realism, which prioritized clear, heroic depictions of Soviet life. Despite its decline in the Soviet Union, constructivism left a lasting impact on modern architecture, industrial design, and graphic arts, continuing to shape visual culture long after its suppression in the 1930s. The rise of constructivism after the Russian Revolution. Following the Russian Revolution of 1917, the role of art in society underwent a radical transformation. The avant-garde artists who had previously been engaged in abstract experimentation now found themselves in a position to contribute to the construction of a new socialist state. Among these artists, the constructivists emerged as a group dedicated to the idea that art should not exist for personal expression or aesthetic contemplation, but as a practical force for shaping the world. Constructivism became a movement closely aligned with the goals of the Bolshevik government, seeking to merge artistic creation with industry, technology, and political propaganda. The roots of constructivism can be traced to the years immediately following the revolution, when artists and designers were encouraged to put their talents to work for the state. The movement rejected traditional forms of painting and sculpture, instead embracing industrial materials and mass production techniques. Constructivist artists saw themselves as engineers, not as individualistic creators, and sought to develop a new visual language suited to a modern, mechanized society. This approach was a sharp break from the mystical and abstract tendencies of suprematism, as constructivism focused on tangible, functional applications. One of the earliest and most influential constructivist projects was Vladimir Tatlin's Monument to the Third International, 1919 to 1920. Conceived as a towering spiral structure made of iron and glass, this monument was intended to house the headquarters of the Communist International. Though it was never built, Tatlin's design symbolized the constructivist vision of art as a tool for revolutionary progress. His work, along with that of his peers, emphasized geometric precision, technological innovation, and an emphasis on collective rather than individual artistic achievement. Another major figure in the rise of constructivism was Alexander Rodchenko, who abandoned painting in favor of graphic design, photography, and advertising. His belief that art should serve the masses led him to experiment with typography, book covers, and posters that conveyed clear, direct messages in service of the revolution. Rodchenko's work in photography, in particular, introduced dynamic angles and unconventional compositions that reflected the movement's fascination with modernity and industrial progress. Constructivism quickly spread beyond fine art, influencing architecture, stage design, and even fashion. The movement's aesthetics could be seen in Soviet propaganda posters, radical theater productions, and urban planning projects that sought to reflect the ideals of socialism. However, by the late 1920s, constructivism began to fall out of favor as the Soviet government imposed socialist realism as the dominant artistic style. Despite this, constructivism's emphasis on function, innovation, and design left a lasting impact on modernist movements worldwide, influencing fields as diverse as Bauhaus architecture, graphic design, and industrial production. Tatlin's Monument to the Third International. One of the most ambitious and iconic projects of the constructivist movement, Vladimir Tatlin's Monument to the Third International, 1919 to 1920, embodied the revolutionary ideals of early Soviet art. Designed as a towering, spiraling structure made of iron, glass, and steel, the monument was envisioned as the headquarters of the Communist International, Comintern, symbolizing the unity and dynamism of the new socialist world. Though never constructed, Tatlin's design remains one of the most radical architectural proposals of the 20th century and a defining symbol of constructivism's fusion of art, politics, and technology. Tatlin, originally a painter and sculptor, was deeply influenced by the industrial materials and engineering advances of his time. Inspired by his visit to Paris, where he encountered the works of Picasso and studied modern construction techniques, Tatlin sought to move beyond traditional artistic practices. His monument to the Third International was conceived as an anti-monument, an alternative to the static, commemorative statues of the past. Instead of representing historical figures or ideological heroes, it was designed as a functional, dynamic structure that embodied the forward momentum of the Soviet Revolution. The monument's design featured a spiraling skeletal framework that leaned forward in a dramatic gesture of progress. Within this structure, Tatlin planned three rotating geometric volumes, a cube, a pyramid, and a cylinder, that would each serve distinct purposes. The cube, positioned at the base, was meant to house government meetings and would rotate once a year. The pyramid, at the center, was designated for executive offices and would turn once a month. At the top, the cylindrical section was intended for propaganda broadcasts and would complete a full rotation once a day. This integration of movement into architecture reflected Tatlin's vision of a living, evolving society driven by revolutionary change. Despite its visionary design, the monument was never realized due to the economic hardships and material shortages that followed the Russian Civil War. The sheer scale and technological complexity of the project made its construction impractical in post-revolutionary Russia. However, the monument's influence endured, inspiring generations of architects, designers, and artists who sought to merge art with industry and social progress. Tatlin's monument to the Third International remains a powerful symbol of early Soviet optimism and constructivist ideals. Its radical approach to architecture, its emphasis on function and movement, and its fusion of art and politics make it one of the most significant unbuilt structures in history. Even as constructivism gave way to the more rigid artistic policies of socialist realism, Tatlin's vision of an art that serves society continued to shape modernist movements around the world. Constructivist graphic design and industrial aesthetics. Constructivist graphic design emerged as one of the most influential visual languages of the early Soviet era, merging radical aesthetics with a commitment to functionality. Rooted in the principles of the constructivist movement, designers sought to eliminate decorative excess and instead create art that was dynamic, utilitarian, and accessible to the masses. The movement's emphasis on industrial materials, bold typography, and geometric abstraction revolutionized not only Soviet propaganda, but also modern graphic design worldwide. One of the defining characteristics of constructivist graphic design was its use of strong, angular compositions that conveyed energy and movement. Artists such as Alexander Rodchenko and El Lissitzky pioneered techniques like photomontage, asymmetrical layouts, and striking contrasts between black, white, and red to create powerful, instantly recognizable images. These designs often featured bold sans serif typography, arranged in unconventional ways to disrupt traditional reading patterns and reinforce the message's urgency. Whether in posters, book covers, or advertisements, the constructivist aesthetic rejected ornamentation in favor of direct communication. Rodchenko, one of the leading figures in constructivist design, applied these principles across multiple mediums, including posters, book design, and product packaging. His famous 1924 Books, Please, in all branches of knowledge poster featuring a woman shouting the word books in large block letters exemplified the constructivist approach. The combination of photomontage, diagonal lines, and high contrast colors created an arresting visual impact, making the message impossible to ignore. This method was widely adopted in Soviet propaganda, reinforcing the state's ideological messages through compelling, modern visuals. El Lissitzky, another key constructivist designer, brought a more architectural sensibility to graphic design. His famous Beat the Whites with the Red Wedge, 1919, poster is a prime example of constructivist visual language, where geometric shapes are used symbolically to depict revolutionary struggle. The red triangle, representing the Bolsheviks, pierces through a white circular mass symbolizing the counter-revolutionary forces. This abstraction of political struggle into geometric form demonstrated how constructivist design could serve both artistic and ideological functions. The industrial aesthetics of constructivist design extended beyond print media into advertising, exhibition design, and even product packaging. The movement's emphasis on mechanization and mass production led to streamlined, functional designs that aligned with the Soviet vision of a modern industrial society. Constructivist principles influenced everything from typography to interior design, contributing to a broader reimagining of how visual communication could shape public consciousness. Though constructivism eventually fell out of favor under Stalinist cultural policies, its impact on graphic design remains profound. The movement's bold use of type, dynamic layouts, and integration of technology into design continue to inspire contemporary designers, making constructivist aesthetics a lasting legacy of early 20th century modernism. The role of art in socialist society. In the wake of the Russian Revolution, art was no longer seen as an elite pursuit, but as a powerful tool for shaping the new socialist society. The Bolsheviks understood that visual culture could play a crucial role in mobilizing the masses, spreading ideological messages, and reinforcing the ideals of collectivism and industrial progress. As a result, artists were encouraged, if not outright expected, to align their work with the goals of the state, leading to the development of new artistic movements that reflected the aspirations of Soviet socialism. One of the fundamental shifts in Soviet art was the rejection of bourgeois individualism in favor of collectivist ideals. Constructivism, in particular, embraced this philosophy by emphasizing functionality and utilitarianism. Artists and designers sought to create works that would serve a practical purpose, whether in propaganda posters, industrial design, or public architecture. Art was no longer seen as an object of passive contemplation, but as an active agent in shaping society. It was integrated into daily life, appearing on everything from textiles to factory machinery, reinforcing the idea that beauty and function could coexist in service of the people. Another key aspect of art's role in socialist society was education and mass communication. With high rates of illiteracy in the early Soviet years, visual imagery became an essential means of conveying state messages to a population that might not be able to read political texts. Bold, striking posters with simple yet powerful slogans became one of the most effective ways to communicate socialist ideals. Artists like Gustav Klutzis and Alexander Rodchenko pioneered the use of photomontage, combining photography and typography to create dynamic, visually arresting compositions that glorified workers, industry, and revolutionary struggle. Public art also played a significant role in shaping the collective consciousness of the new Soviet citizen. Murals, monuments, and large-scale architectural projects were designed to reflect the values of socialism, often celebrating workers, farmers, and technological progress. Vladimir Tatlin's monument to the Third International was one of the most ambitious unrealized projects of this era, embodying the avant-garde vision of a technologically driven future. Even though it was never built, the project symbolized the idea that art and architecture could serve as monumental expressions of revolutionary ideals. Despite the initial openness to avant-garde experimentation, Soviet art eventually shifted towards socialist realism under Stalin. This shift marked a departure from abstract and experimental forms, instead prioritizing a more traditional, representational style that depicted an idealized vision of Soviet life. Nonetheless, the early Soviet period demonstrated the immense potential of art as a transformative force in society, reinforcing the idea that creativity and politics were inextricably linked in the construction of a socialist future. The shift towards productivism and functional art. As constructivism developed in the Soviet Union, a significant ideological shift took place, moving from purely experimental avant-garde aesthetics to a more utilitarian approach known as productivism. This transition was driven by the belief that art should not exist for its own sake, but should instead serve a practical function within society. Artists, designers, and architects sought to integrate their work into the industrial and social fabric of the new socialist state, rejecting traditional artistic practices in favor of production-based creativity. Productivist artists argued that art should be embedded in everyday life, shaping the material culture of the working class. Instead of painting and sculpture, they turned their attention to industrial design, architecture, textiles, and graphic design, emphasizing mass production and functionality. The idea was that artists should work alongside engineers and factory workers to create objects that were both aesthetically pleasing and practical, aligning with the needs of Soviet industry. This approach was meant to dissolve the barriers between art and life, making creative expression a fundamental component of socialist production. Key figures in this movement, such as Alexander Rodchenko, Varvara Stepanova, and Lyubov Popova, played a crucial role in redefining the role of the artist in society. Rodchenko, for example, abandoned painting entirely in favor of graphic design, photography, and advertising, using his skills to create bold, constructivist posters and book covers that promoted Soviet ideology. Stepanova and Popova focused on textile and costume design, creating clothing that was both modern and suited to the demands of industrial labor. Their designs incorporated geometric patterns and functional cuts, eliminating decorative excess in favor of practicality and efficiency. Architecture and furniture design were also central to productivism, with artists seeking to create living spaces that reflected the collectivist ideals of the new Soviet state. Buildings were designed with an emphasis on minimalism, open space, and geometric clarity, prioritizing efficiency over ornamentation. Similarly, furniture designers sought to create modular, affordable, and mass-producible pieces that would be accessible to the working class. Despite its radical vision, productivism faced challenges as Soviet leadership began to shift towards a more rigid, state-controlled approach to art and culture. While early Soviet leaders initially embraced constructivism and productivism as expressions of revolutionary energy, the rise of socialist realism in the 1930s led to the suppression of these avant-garde movements. Nevertheless, the legacy of productivism endured, influencing later developments in industrial design, graphic design, and modernist architecture. By prioritizing function over form and integrating artistic principles into everyday life, productivist artists helped shape the visual identity of early Soviet society and laid the groundwork for future design movements. Chapter 5: The Role of Women in the Avant-Garde. The Russian avant-garde was remarkable not only for its radical artistic innovations, but also for the significant role played by women artists, theorists, and designers. At a time when gender equality was still a distant goal in many parts of the world, women in Russia found unprecedented opportunities to contribute to the Cultural Revolution. The political and social upheavals surrounding the Russian Revolution provided a unique environment in which female artists could engage in creative expression, participate in major artistic movements, and challenge traditional gender roles. Among the most influential women in the avant-garde was Natalia Goncharova, whose early work in painting, costume design, and book illustration helped shape Russian Futurism and Cubo-Futurism. She drew inspiration from Russian folk art, icon painting, and European modernism, blending these influences into a bold and dynamic style. Goncharova was not only an artist, but also a theorist, writing manifestos that called for a break with traditional academic art and a new emphasis on modern, experimental forms. Lyubov Popova was another leading figure, particularly in the development of constructivism and suprematism. Her abstract compositions explored geometric purity and the dynamic movement of forms, making her one of the most significant artists of the era. Popova also played a crucial role in the shift from painting to applied arts, designing textiles, posters, and theater sets that aligned with the functionalist ideals of productivism. Her work emphasized the fusion of art and industry, reinforcing the notion that artists should contribute to the material and social transformation of society. Varvara Stepanova worked closely with Popova and shared her commitment to integrating art into everyday life. She excelled in graphic design, typography, and fabric design, producing patterns and posters that became symbols of Soviet modernity. Stepanova's work in clothing design was particularly groundbreaking, as she sought to create garments that reflected the practical needs of Soviet workers while embodying the principles of constructivist aesthetics. Other notable figures included Olga Rozanova, whose bold use of color and form influenced the development of non-objective painting, and Alexandra Exter, who revolutionized stage design and experimented with three-dimensional abstract forms in both theater and visual art. These women not only contributed to the major artistic movements of the time, but also helped redefine the role of female artists in a rapidly changing society. Despite their contributions, many of these women were later overshadowed by their male counterparts in historical narratives. However, their impact on Russian avant-garde art was undeniable. Their work challenged artistic and social conventions, paving the way for future generations of female artists and solidifying their place in the history of modern art. Pioneering women artists Popova, Stepanova, and Goncharova. The Russian avant-garde was an extraordinary movement in which women played a significant and transformative role. Unlike many other artistic revolutions, the avant-garde in Russia saw women not as mere participants, but as leaders who shaped the trajectory of modern art. Among the most influential female artists of the time were Lyubov Popova, Varvara Stepanova, and Natalia Goncharova, three visionaries who not only challenged traditional artistic conventions, but also redefined the boundaries between art, design, and social activism. Lyubov Popova was one of the most innovative artists of the early 20th century. Initially influenced by Cubism and Futurism, she later embraced suprematism and constructivism, developing a distinctive approach to abstract composition. Her paintings explored geometric structures, movement, and depth, reflecting her interest in the spatial dynamics of form. However, Popova did not limit herself to painting. She extended her artistic vision into theater, textile design, and book illustration, embodying the constructivist ideal that art should serve a practical and social purpose. Her work in textile and industrial design made her a key figure in bridging fine art and mass production, a central aim of the avant-garde. Varvara Stepanova was not only a talented painter, but also a pioneer in graphic design, typography, and fashion. She worked closely with Popova, sharing her belief in the fusion of art and industry. Stepanova was deeply involved in the constructivist movement, rejecting traditional easel painting in favor of practical design work. She became known for her avant-garde textile patterns and her innovative clothing designs, which reflected the functional needs of Soviet workers while maintaining an artistic edge. Her approach to clothing was revolutionary, as she sought to create garments that were not only practical, but also embodied the principles of modernist abstraction. Additionally, her work in photography and book design helped define the bold visual style of Soviet propaganda in the 1920s. Natalia Goncharova, in contrast, had a broader and more eclectic artistic approach. She was a foundational figure in Russian Futurism and Cubo-Futurism, but was also deeply influenced by Russian folk traditions, icon painting, and Eastern aesthetics. Goncharova's work often combined the energy of modernism with the vibrancy of traditional motifs, creating a distinctive visual language. She was a prolific painter, illustrator, costume designer, and set designer, and her influence extended beyond Russia into the European art scene. Her involvement in radical artistic movements and her role as a theorist and manifesto writer made her a key figure in shaping the intellectual and aesthetic framework of the Russian avant-garde. Together, Popova, Stepanova, and Goncharova helped define a new artistic language that merged innovation with social engagement. Their work was not only groundbreaking in form, but also instrumental in expanding the role of women in modern art, setting the stage for future generations of female artists. The intersection of feminism and art. The Russian avant-garde was a rare moment in history when women artists gained significant visibility and influence, challenging the traditional gender roles that had long constrained their creative potential. The movement coincided with the broader feminist awakening in Russia, as women sought greater rights and participation in society. Unlike in many Western artistic circles, where women often struggled for recognition, the avant-garde provided a relatively open space for female artists, allowing them to take on leadership roles and make substantial contributions to the visual and ideological landscape of modernism. One of the defining aspects of the avant-garde was its radical rejection of outdated artistic and societal conventions. This spirit of rebellion extended to gender roles, as many women artists used their work to challenge patriarchal structures. Artists like Varvara Stepanova and Lyubov Popova did not simply create art for art's sake. They embraced the constructivist belief that art should serve a social function. By engaging in practical fields such as industrial design, textile production, and typography, they actively participated in reshaping society in ways that aligned with the early Soviet ideals of gender equality. Their involvement in functional art and mass production demonstrated that creativity was not confined to elite, male-dominated spheres, but could be integrated into everyday life. Natalia Goncharova, a leading figure of the Russian avant-garde, embodied the intersection of feminism and art through both her work and her personal philosophy. She rejected the notion that female artists should conform to traditional expectations, often portraying strong, independent women in her paintings. Her embrace of Russian folk art and religious iconography was also a feminist statement, as it reasserted the value of indigenous artistic traditions that had often been dismissed by male-dominated academic institutions. Goncharova's bold persona, willingness to cross artistic boundaries, and rejection of restrictive gender norms made her a trailblazer in both the art world and the broader feminist movement. The intersection of feminism and art in the Russian avant-garde was also evident in the ways women artists embraced new forms of visual expression. Many experimented with abstraction, typography, and non-traditional materials, breaking away from the rigid structures of academic painting. They did not see themselves merely as painters or illustrators, but as innovators, creating work that blended art, design, and political engagement. Their participation in manifestos and exhibitions helped redefine what it meant to be a female artist, positioning them as equals to their male counterparts in the struggle for artistic and social revolution. While the increasing control of the Soviet state in the late 1920s ultimately curtailed many of the freedoms women had gained during the early years of the avant-garde, the legacy of these artists remained influential. Their work not only contributed to the development of modern art, but also laid the foundation for future discussions on gender, creativity, and social change. Women's role in constructivist design and fashion. Women played a crucial role in shaping the aesthetics and practical applications of constructivist design and fashion, demonstrating how art could intersect with everyday life. In the early Soviet era, constructivism sought to merge artistic innovation with functionality, rejecting traditional bourgeois aesthetics in favor of practical mass-produced designs. Women artists such as Varvara Stepanova, Lyubov Popova, and Alexandra Exter were at the forefront of this movement, using their creativity to redefine clothing, textile design, and industrial aesthetics. Their contributions were not merely decorative, but were deeply tied to the ideological shifts of the time, as they sought to create fashion that reflected the values of the new socialist society. One of the defining characteristics of constructivist fashion was its emphasis on practicality and efficiency. Instead of catering to aristocratic luxury or purely aesthetic concerns, constructivist designers aimed to create clothing that was comfortable, utilitarian, and suited to the demands of modern labor. Varvara Stepanova, for example, designed workers' uniforms that embraced geometric patterns and simple, functional cuts. Her approach rejected traditional tailoring in favor of unstructured, flexible garments that allowed freedom of movement, an essential consideration for the new Soviet citizen, who was expected to be both a productive worker and an active participant in the collective society. Lyubov Popova also played a significant role in transforming constructivist ideals into wearable designs. She saw clothing as an extension of modernity, using bold geometric forms and primary colors to create striking, avant-garde patterns. Her textile work was closely aligned with the constructivist belief that design should be integrated into all aspects of life, from industrial production to personal attire. By using abstract compositions and rejecting ornate embellishments, Popova's designs symbolize the break from the past and the embrace of a new, dynamic era. Beyond fashion, women artists also contributed significantly to constructivist graphic and industrial design. Alexandra Exter was instrumental in bridging the gap between theater, fashion, and constructivist ideology. She designed costumes for avant-garde theater productions that blurred the lines between clothing and sculpture, incorporating bold geometric forms that echoed the principles of modernist abstraction. Her work demonstrated how constructivism could be applied not only to everyday garments, but also to performance and visual storytelling, reinforcing the movement's interdisciplinary nature. Women in constructivist design were not merely participants, but pioneers who reshaped the way fashion and industrial aesthetics were perceived. They rejected the notion of art as an elite pursuit and instead championed designs that were accessible, functional, and reflective of socialist ideals. Their legacy remains influential, as their ideas laid the groundwork for modernist approaches to fashion, graphic design, and the integration of art into daily life. Collaborative art practices in the avant-garde movement. The Russian avant-garde was deeply rooted in collaboration, with artists, poets, designers, and architects working together to push the boundaries of artistic expression. Unlike traditional artistic movements that often emphasize the individual genius of a single creator, the avant-garde embraced collective work as a means of achieving a radical transformation of society. This spirit of collaboration was not just ideological, but also practical, as artists sought to integrate different disciplines to create a total artistic experience that blurred the lines between painting, sculpture, architecture, theater, and design. One of the earliest and most influential examples of collaboration in the Russian avant-garde was the partnership between artists and poets in the Futurist movement. Groups such as Hyleia, which included poets like Vladimir Mayakovsky and artists like David Berliuk, merged visual art with radical literary experimentation. They developed manifestos, designed books, and staged performances that combined spoken word, typography, and visual composition. Their work was not merely about creating art, but about challenging conventions and provoking new ways of seeing and thinking. The constructivist movement also embodied this collaborative ethos, particularly in its approach to architecture and industrial design. Artists such as Alexander Rodchenko and Varvara Stepanova worked together on projects that combined graphic design, photography, and typography, creating striking visual identities for Soviet propaganda and commercial products. They sought to eliminate the divide between fine art and applied art, advocating for a utilitarian aesthetic that served a greater social purpose. Their collaboration extended to theater, where designers worked closely with playwrights and directors to produce visually innovative stage sets that reinforced the ideological messages of their performances. Collaboration was also central to the development of suprematism, particularly through the work of Kazimir Malevich and his students at the U-Novus Group, affirmers of the new art. This collective, based in Vitebsk, saw art as a shared endeavor rather than an individual pursuit. Together, they experimented with abstract forms and sought to apply suprematist principles beyond the canvas into architecture, urban planning, and textile design. Their work demonstrated how artistic collaboration could extend beyond galleries and into the lived environment, reinforcing the movement's revolutionary aspirations. The collaborative nature of the avant-garde was a direct response to the social and political upheavals of the time. These artists believed that working together, rather than in isolation, was essential in building a new, modern society. While individual figures like Malevich, Tatlin, and Rodchenko are often celebrated, their innovations were the result of dynamic exchanges with their peers. This collective spirit remains one of the defining characteristics of the Russian avant-garde, influencing later movements in art, design, and performance worldwide. The legacy of women artists in Soviet art. The contributions of women artists to the Russian avant-garde and Soviet art as a whole were profound, yet their legacy has often been overshadowed by their male counterparts. Artists such as Lyubov Popova, Varvara Stepanova, and Natalia Goncharova played a crucial role in shaping the direction of modern art, pioneering new forms and challenging traditional gender roles in the process. Their work extended beyond painting into design, theater, fashion, and architecture, reflecting the multidisciplinary nature of the avant-garde. In the early years of the Soviet Union, women artists found unprecedented opportunities to engage in large-scale artistic projects, largely due to the revolutionary government's emphasis on gender equality. Popova and Stepanova, for example, became leading figures in constructivism, a movement that sought to merge art with industrial production. Their work in textile design, stage design, and graphic arts demonstrated a commitment to functional, socially engaged art that aligned with the Soviet vision of a new collective society. They rejected the notion of art as an individual expression and instead embraced collaboration, producing designs that were meant for mass production rather than private galleries. Natalia Goncharova, though associated more with pre-revolutionary avant-garde movements, left an enduring influence on Soviet art through her innovative approach to primitivism and futurism. Her bold use of color and dynamic compositions challenged traditional artistic norms, paving the way for later developments in abstraction. Similarly, Alexandra Exter made significant contributions to both theater and cinema, designing some of the most striking stage and costume designs of the early Soviet era. Her ability to synthesize elements of cubism and futurism into three-dimensional space helped revolutionize Soviet visual culture, particularly in film set design. Despite their immense contributions, many women artists saw their influence diminish as the Soviet Union moved towards socialist realism in the 1930s. The avant-garde ideals they had championed were gradually replaced by state-controlled narratives that favored heroic, figurative depictions of workers and leaders. While some women, such as Vera Mukhina, adapted to these new artistic demands, her monumental sculpture, Worker and Kolkhoz Woman, remains one of the most iconic images of Soviet art. Others found their experimental work sidelined or erased from official histories. Nevertheless, the legacy of women artists in Soviet art endures. Their innovations in abstraction, design, and interdisciplinary practice continue to inspire contemporary artists and scholars. Their work challenged gender norms, expanded the possibilities of artistic expression, and contributed to a broader vision of a revolutionary society where art was meant to be an integral part of daily life. Today, renewed interest in their contributions has led to greater recognition of their impact, ensuring that their role in shaping modern art is no longer overlooked. Chapter 6: The Avant-Garde in Architecture and Urban Planning. The Russian avant-garde was not limited to painting, sculpture, and design. It also revolutionized architecture and urban planning. In the years following the Russian Revolution, radical architects sought to redefine the built environment in a way that reflected the ideals of a new socialist society. Their goal was to create a functional, efficient, and collective living space that would break away from the bourgeois traditions of the past. This era saw the emergence of bold new architectural styles, with constructivism at the forefront of these innovations. One of the most influential figures in avant-garde architecture was Vladimir Tatlin, whose monument to the Third International, commonly known as Tatlin's Tower, became an iconic symbol of the movement. Designed as a spiraling, dynamic structure meant to house government offices and media broadcasts, the tower embodied the fusion of art and technology. Although never built, it became a powerful representation of the utopian aspirations of avant-garde architects. Another leading architect, Moise Ginsburg, played a key role in the development of Soviet constructivist architecture. His 1929 Narkomfin building in Moscow was a groundbreaking experiment in communal living. The building's design reflected the constructivist ideals of functionalism and social transformation, incorporating shared living spaces, collective kitchens, and an emphasis on efficiency. The Narkomfin model was meant to promote the socialist way of life by dissolving the boundaries between private and communal spaces. Urban planning also underwent radical shifts during this period, with architects envisioning entire cities built around principles of collectivism and industrial efficiency. The Soviet government encouraged architects to develop worker-friendly housing projects, communal buildings, and urban layouts that facilitated mass production and transportation. The concept of the socialist city emerged, with planned communities designed to house workers near factories, minimizing commute times and fostering a sense of unity. L. Lissitzky, a key avant-garde artist and architect, contributed to the vision of the socialist city through his horizontal skyscrapers, Wolkenbügel. These structures reimagined urban design by proposing elongated, elevated buildings that allowed for open public spaces below, optimizing land use and improving air circulation in dense urban areas. Though never realized, his ideas influenced later developments in modernist architecture. By the mid-1930s, the avant-garde approach to architecture began to fade as the Soviet government shifted towards socialist realism. Many experimental projects were abandoned in favor of grandiose, classical-inspired buildings that glorified the state. Despite this, the architectural innovations of the avant-garde period left a lasting legacy, influencing modernist architecture worldwide and inspiring future generations of architects to rethink the relationship between design, society, and technology. The constructivist vision for Soviet cities. During the 1920s and early 1930s, constructivist architects and urban planners sought to reshape Soviet cities in alignment with socialist ideals. They envisioned urban environments that would prioritize collectivism, industrial efficiency, and accessibility, rejecting the aesthetic traditions of the past in favor of functional, dynamic spaces. The goal was to create a built environment that supported a classless society, where housing, transportation, and public spaces would be designed for the benefit of all workers. One of the key figures in this movement was Moise Ginsburg, whose ideas on urban planning and architecture were foundational to Soviet constructivism. His 1929 Narkomfin building in Moscow exemplified the constructivist approach to communal living. Designed as an experimental housing project, it featured shared kitchens, common spaces, and a layout that encouraged interaction among residents. Ginsburg's work aimed to break away from traditional family structures by promoting a new form of collective housing that aligned with socialist principles. Another major contribution to constructivist urban planning came from Nikolai Ladovsky, who emphasized the psychological and spatial aspects of architecture. He proposed rational, geometric layouts for Soviet cities that would enhance both functionality and human well-being. His research in urban planning focused on how movement, space, and perception influenced daily life, leading to proposals for worker housing and transportation networks that minimized unnecessary movement and maximized efficiency. L. Lissitzky's concept of the horizontal skyscraper, Wolkenbügel, was another radical innovation. Unlike traditional skyscrapers that dominated city skylines, Lissitzky's design placed elongated, elevated structures over existing streets and infrastructure. This approach aimed to free up ground space for public use, increase efficiency, and provide a solution to the overcrowding of rapidly growing Soviet cities. While these ideas remained largely theoretical, they influenced later modernist architectural movements worldwide. In addition to housing and urban layouts, constructivists also focused on transportation and infrastructure. The rapid industrialization of the Soviet Union required cities to be structured around factories, with efficient transport systems that connected workers to their workplaces. Urban planners designed cities where residential areas were strategically placed near industrial centers to reduce commute times and enhance productivity. The 1930s saw the construction of large-scale worker settlements, such as Magnitogorsk, which embodied the constructivist vision of industrial urbanism. Despite their innovative ideas, constructivist architects faced increasing political pressure by the mid-1930s. Stalin's regime shifted towards the grand, classical-inspired style of socialist realism, marking the end of radical constructivist urban experiments. However, their vision of functional, efficient, and collective urban planning left a lasting impact, influencing architectural and city planning movements across the world in the decades that followed. The architects of the revolution: Melnikov, Tatlin, and Leonidov. The Russian avant-garde movement was not only a revolution in painting and sculpture, but also in architecture. Some of the most radical and innovative ideas of the era came from architects who sought to reshape the built environment to reflect the ideals of socialism, industrialization, and the collective spirit of the new Soviet society. Among the key figures in this architectural revolution were Konstantin Melnikov, Vladimir Tatlin, and Ivan Leonidov, each of whom contributed unique visions that helped define constructivist and avant-garde architecture. Konstantin Melnikov was one of the most innovative architects of the early Soviet period. Unlike many of his constructivist peers, Melnikov maintained a strong emphasis on individual creativity and artistic expression within architecture. His most famous work, the Melnikov House, 1927 to 1929 in Moscow, remains an architectural landmark. Built as his personal residence and studio, the house features a striking cylindrical structure with a honeycomb pattern of windows that maximize natural light while maintaining structural efficiency. Melnikov also designed a series of worker clubs, such as the Rusakov Workers' Club, which showcased his ability to blend bold geometric forms with functional design. Vladimir Tatlin, best known for his Monument to the Third International, commonly referred to as Tatlin's Tower, was a pivotal figure in Soviet architecture. While primarily known as a sculptor and painter, Tatlin's architectural vision embodied the constructivist ideal of merging art with engineering. His proposed tower, designed in 1919 to 1920, was a spiraling iron and glass structure intended to serve as the headquarters of the Communist International. Though never built, it symbolized the ambition of early Soviet avant-garde architecture, with its dynamic form suggesting perpetual motion and progress. Tatlin's work pushed the boundaries of what architecture could be, shifting focus from static structures to functional, kinetic designs that engaged with modern technology. Ivan Leonidov, a visionary architect and urban planner, played a crucial role in shaping constructivist architectural theory. Unlike Melnikov, who built physical structures, or Tatlin, who created monumental proposals, Leonidov's ideas were often left unrealized, but had a profound impact on Soviet architecture. His Lenin Institute and Library project, 1927, envisioned a futuristic complex with towering glass structures, suspended bridges, and radial layouts that prioritized efficiency and connectivity. His concepts for new cities, incorporating advanced infrastructure and collective living spaces, reflected a utopian vision of Soviet urban life that was ahead of its time. Although many of the ambitious projects proposed by these architects were never realized due to shifting political priorities, their groundbreaking ideas influenced later architectural movements, including brutalism and high-tech architecture. Their work continues to inspire architects and urban planners seeking to merge artistic vision with functional design in transformative ways. The role of mass housing and functional design. The Russian avant-garde movement sought to revolutionize architecture by creating structures that reflected the needs of the new Soviet society. One of the most pressing challenges after the Russian Revolution was the urgent need for mass housing. The rapid urbanization and industrialization of the Soviet Union led to severe housing shortages, prompting architects to develop innovative solutions that emphasized efficiency, collectivism, and functionality. The constructivist architects, in particular, played a crucial role in shaping mass housing projects that aligned with socialist ideals. The core principle behind Soviet mass housing was the concept of functional design. Every element of a building needed to serve a specific purpose, avoiding unnecessary decoration or bourgeois extravagance. Architects such as Moise Ginsburg and the OSA Group, Organization of Contemporary Architects, led the charge in designing collective housing that promoted communal living and streamlined domestic life. Ginsburg's Narkomfin Building, 1928 to 1930 in Moscow, became an iconic example of this approach. Designed as a prototype for socialist living, it featured shared kitchens, communal spaces, and modular apartments that encouraged a collective lifestyle while maximizing space efficiency. Functional design in mass housing also relied on standardized and prefabricated construction methods to reduce costs and speed up development. This approach led to the emergence of the Dom Communi, communal houses, which were designed to minimize private space while prioritizing shared amenities such as dining halls, laundries, and childcare facilities. The idea was to free individuals, particularly women, from household labor, allowing them to fully participate in industrial and political life. This was a radical departure from traditional family-oriented housing and reflected the avant-garde ambition of reshaping daily life through architecture. The drive for functional design extended beyond housing to urban planning. Soviet architects envisioned cities structured around efficiency, with residential zones located near workplaces, transportation hubs, and communal facilities. The socialist city projects of the 1920s and early 1930s aimed to replace chaotic urban sprawl with systematically planned environments that facilitated collective living and industrial productivity. Ivan Leonidov's visionary city plans incorporated bold, futuristic concepts, including suspended bridges, glass towers, and interconnected public spaces that reflected the utopian ideals of the time. Despite the ambitious goals of constructivist architects, political shifts in the 1930s led to the decline of avant-garde experimentation in housing. Stalinist architecture favored grandiose, monumental buildings that projected state power rather than prioritizing functionalism and collectivism. Nevertheless, the early constructivist experiments in mass housing laid the groundwork for later Soviet housing developments, including the Khrushchevka apartment blocks of the mid-20th century. These buildings, while simpler and more uniform, continued the emphasis on efficiency and mass production pioneered by the Russian Avant-Garde. Though many of the avant-garde housing ideals were never fully realized, their influence persists in modern architectural discourse on social housing, prefabrication, and urban planning. The constructivist vision of mass housing and functional design remains a testament to the transformative power of architecture in shaping society. Futurist proposals for Soviet infrastructure. The Russian avant-garde movement was not only concerned with painting, sculpture, and architecture, but also with radically transforming infrastructure to align with the ideals of the new Soviet state. Influenced by futurism, constructivism, and suprematism, Soviet architects and urban planners proposed ambitious projects that envisioned a technologically advanced, highly efficient, and collectivized society. These proposals aimed to revolutionize transportation, communication, and industrial networks, creating a seamless connection between people, machines, and the built environment. One of the most striking futurist proposals came from the constructivists, who sought to integrate infrastructure directly into the fabric of daily life. Roads, railways, and industrial zones were to be designed not as separate entities, but as interwoven elements of a broader, interconnected system. Architect Ivan Leonidov, known for his visionary urban planning concepts, proposed projects featuring elevated highways, pedestrian skywalks, and massive transport hubs that would enable rapid movement within and between Soviet cities. His designs often incorporated glass, steel, and lightweight materials, emphasizing a sleek, futuristic aesthetic that symbolized progress and modernity. Vladimir Tatlin's Monument to the Third International, 1919 to 1920, though primarily an architectural concept, also reflected the futurist ambition for Soviet infrastructure. The structure was envisioned as a dynamic headquarters for global communist revolution, incorporating rotating sections that housed government offices, propaganda centers, and conference halls. Though never built, its design symbolized a new era in which buildings and infrastructure were no longer static, but engaged in motion, adaptability, and technological innovation. Transportation was another crucial focus of futurist infrastructure proposals. Soviet planners imagined high-speed rail networks that would connect industrial centers, eliminating inefficiencies in goods transportation and labor movement. L. Lissitzky, a constructivist artist and designer, envisioned a system of horizontal skyscrapers that would integrate housing, workspaces, and transit routes into single megastructures, reducing the need for traditional urban sprawl. These ideas, though utopian, showcased an early understanding of the importance of mixed-use development and transportation-oriented design, concepts that remain relevant in contemporary urban planning. The electrification of the Soviet Union, a key initiative under Lenin's government, also attracted avant-garde thinkers who proposed integrating infrastructure into artistic and ideological expressions. Designs for power stations, hydroelectric plants, and industrial facilities often included geometric forms and abstract compositions influenced by suprematism and constructivism. The GORO Plan, an ambitious nationwide electrification project launched in the 1920s, was accompanied by proposals for futuristic power grids, automated factories, and even self-sustaining cities powered entirely by renewable energy sources. Despite their bold vision, many of these futurist infrastructure proposals remain unbuilt due to economic and political constraints. By the 1930s, Stalinist architecture and urban planning shifted toward grandiose monumentalism rather than experimental modernism. Nevertheless, the avant-garde's visionary ideas for Soviet infrastructure laid the intellectual groundwork for later developments in urban design, transportation systems, and industrial architecture, continuing to inspire architects and planners well beyond the Soviet era. The suppression of avant-garde architecture. By the late 1920s and early 1930s, the radical architectural experiments of the Russian avant-garde began to face increasing political and ideological resistance. The constructivist vision of functional, socially driven design clashed with the emerging Stalinist doctrine, which demanded monumentalism, classical influences, and a clear ideological message glorifying Soviet power. As the Soviet Union consolidated its political control under Joseph Stalin, avant-garde architecture was gradually marginalized, with many of its key figures sidelined, silenced, or forced to adapt to the new aesthetic mandates. Initially, constructivist architects and urban planners thrived in the post-revolutionary period, envisioning new cities, communal housing, and innovative infrastructural designs that aligned with the ideals of collectivism and industrial progress. Figures like Moisey Ginsburg, Ivan Leonidov, and Konstantin Melnikov designed groundbreaking projects that redefined modern architecture. However, as the Soviet government became more authoritarian, these radical ideas were increasingly seen as impractical, elitist, or even counter-revolutionary. The shift in artistic policy culminated in the early 1930s when the avant-garde was officially denounced in favor of socialist realism, a style that emphasized grandeur, historicist references, and ideological clarity. One of the most significant casualties of this shift was the constructivist movement's architectural legacy. Many of its most daring proposals, including Leonidov's futuristic urban designs and Melnikov's innovative housing concepts, were never realized. Instead, new construction projects adhered to rigid, hierarchical designs that reflected state authority rather than experimental modernism. The once thriving architectural debates of the 1920s were suppressed, and many avant-garde architects found themselves unable to work or forced to conform to the new stylistic mandates. Melnikov, whose cylindrical house in Moscow remains an icon of avant-garde architecture, was gradually pushed out of professional practice. Leonidov, once celebrated for his utopian visions, was left to work on more conventional projects. Even the once prominent Ginsberg, a leader in Soviet modernist housing, saw his innovative ideas largely abandoned as Stalinist architecture took hold. The suppression of avant-garde architecture was not just aesthetic, but deeply political. Stalinist leadership associated experimental forms with Western bourgeois decadence, preferring instead the neoclassical monumental style that came to define Soviet architecture from the 1930s onward. Projects such as the Palace of the Soviets, an ambitious but ultimately unrealized skyscraper meant to symbolize Soviet supremacy, marked this transition. Despite its suppression, the legacy of avant-garde architecture endured. Many of its principles, including prefabrication, functionalism, and integrated urban planning, resurfaced in later Soviet and even global architectural trends. Though the movement was stifled, its influence persisted, shaping modernist architecture worldwide and inspiring later generations of designers who sought to balance innovation with social responsibility. Chapter 7: The Russian Avant-Garde in Theater and Cinema. The Russian avant-garde was not confined to painting, sculpture, and architecture. It also found a powerful outlet in theater and cinema. During the early Soviet period, experimental artists sought to revolutionize performance in film, breaking away from traditional forms to create dynamic, politically charged, and visually striking works. Theater directors like Vsevolod Meyerhold and film pioneers like Sergei Eisenstein and Dziga Vertov transformed their respective fields, introducing radical techniques that would influence generations of artists worldwide. In theater, Meyerhold became one of the most influential figures of the avant-garde movement, rejecting the naturalistic performances of the 19th century in favor of an abstract, highly stylized approach. His theory of biomechanics emphasized physical movement, rhythm, and expressive gestures as key elements of acting. Meyerhold's productions incorporated constructivist set designs, often using geometric shapes, industrial materials, and multi-level staging to create a visually dynamic performance space. His reimagining of classic plays and new Soviet works aligned with the revolutionary spirit of the time, aiming to engage audiences intellectually and emotionally rather than merely entertain. However, as Stalinism tightened its grip, his radical methods were increasingly seen as subversive. By the late 1930s, Meyerhold was arrested and executed, marking the tragic suppression of avant-garde theater. In cinema, the Russian avant-garde had an equally profound impact. Sergei Eisenstein pioneered the theory of montage, in which rapid, juxtaposed edits created powerful emotional and ideological effects. His films, such as Battleship Potemkin, 1925, and October, 1928, used montage to intensify dramatic tension and convey revolutionary themes. Eisenstein's work was both innovative and deeply political, aligning with Soviet propaganda efforts while pushing the boundaries of film as an artistic medium. Dziga Vertov took a more radical approach, rejecting narrative storytelling entirely in favor of pure visual experimentation. His concept of the kino eye promoted the idea that film could capture reality in a way the human eye could not, and his documentary, Man with a Movie Camera, 1929, remains a landmark in avant-garde cinema. Through rapid editing, double exposures, and unconventional camera angles, Vertov sought to depict Soviet life as an interconnected, mechanized system, an approach that resonated with constructivist ideals. Despite the artistic breakthroughs of these filmmakers and theater directors, Soviet avant-garde performance in cinema eventually faced the same political suppression as other experimental movements. By the 1930s, socialist realism became the mandated artistic style, and the bold innovations of Meyerhold, Eisenstein, and Vertov were either repressed or reinterpreted to fit state propaganda. However, their contributions left a lasting impact on global theater and film, influencing everything from modernist stage design to the editing techniques of contemporary cinema. Meyerhold and the biomechanics of performance. Vsevolod Meyerhold was one of the most revolutionary figures in early 20th century theater, redefining the way actors approached performance through his theory of biomechanics. Rejecting the psychological realism of Stanislavski's system, Meyerhold believed that acting should be rooted in physicality, rhythm, and movement, rather than in emotional introspection. His method emphasized precision, efficiency, and expressive gestures, treating the human body as a dynamic instrument for storytelling. Biomechanics was influenced by a variety of sources, including commedia dell'arte, kabuki theater, and the physical training techniques of circus performers. Meyerhold viewed the actor as both an artist and a technician, whose disciplined body could communicate complex emotions through carefully choreographed movements. His training exercises focused on balance, coordination, and control, often resembling the regimens of athletes or dancers. He encouraged actors to break away from naturalistic performance and instead engage in exaggerated, stylized motions that heightened dramatic effect. One of Meyerhold's central concepts was the idea of preparation, action, and reaction, a rhythmic sequence that dictated how actors moved and responded on stage. Every action was deliberately structured to create maximum impact, with actors using their entire bodies to express emotion rather than relying on dialogue alone. This approach aligned with the constructivist movement, which sought to break down art into its fundamental components and rebuild it with function and efficiency in mind. Meyerhold's productions often featured constructivist set designs, incorporating industrial materials, geometric forms, and multi-level staging to enhance the physical dynamism of the performance. His most famous productions included reinterpretations of classic plays, such as The Government Inspector and The Magnificent Cuckold, in which he applied biomechanics to create fast-paced, highly visual performances. These productions rejected traditional stage conventions, replacing ornate sets with minimalist, functional designs that emphasized movement and interaction between actors in space. Despite its innovation, Meyerhold's work faced increasing resistance as Soviet cultural policies shifted towards socialist realism. His avant-garde methods were deemed too experimental and disconnected from the ideological goals of the state. By the 1930s, he was under constant scrutiny, and his theater was eventually shut down. In 1939, he was arrested, tortured, and executed by Soviet authorities, marking a tragic end to his artistic career. Although biomechanics was largely suppressed in the Soviet Union, its influence persisted in global theater and performance art. Modern practitioners of physical theater, including directors and movement-based acting schools, continue to draw inspiration from Meyerhold's ideas. His belief in the expressive power of the human body remains a cornerstone of experimental theater, cementing his legacy as one of the most innovative figures in stage performance. Constructivist stage design and experimental sets. Constructivist stage design emerged as a radical departure from traditional theater aesthetics, embracing industrial materials, geometric forms, and functional structures to create dynamic, immersive environments. Rooted in the broader constructivist movement, which prioritized utility and mechanization, theater designers sought to strip away unnecessary ornamentation and instead focus on structures that enhanced movement, energy, and audience engagement. One of the pioneers of constructivist stage design was Lyubov Popova, whose work in the 1920s redefined the relationship between actors and their environment. She rejected painted backdrops in favor of three-dimensional, modular sets made of scaffolding, ladders, platforms, and wheels, allowing for rapid transformations between scenes. These elements were not merely decorative, but actively shaped the physicality of the performances, with actors climbing, jumping, and interacting with the set in a way that integrated movement into storytelling. Another key figure was Varvara Stepanova, who collaborated with directors like Vsevolod Meyerhold to create innovative, highly adaptable stage environments. She designed sets that blurred the line between performance and machinery, reflecting the constructivist fascination with industry and technology. The goal was to eliminate the illusionistic qualities of traditional theater and instead emphasize the mechanical precision of the human body in motion, reinforcing Meyerhold's biomechanics acting techniques. Meyerhold himself played a central role in advancing experimental stage design, particularly in productions like The Magnificent Cuckold, 1922, and The Government Inspector, 1926. He worked closely with constructivist designers to develop sets that functioned as active components of the performance rather than passive backdrops. These sets often featured rotating platforms, pulleys, and collapsible structures that actors could manipulate in real time, creating a constantly shifting stage space that heightened dramatic tension. Beyond individual productions, constructivist stage design also influenced Soviet propaganda theater, known as agitprop. Mobile stages were constructed using lightweight materials, allowing performances to travel to factories, military bases, and rural villages. This democratization of theater aligned with the Soviet vision of bringing art to the masses and fostering political engagement through performance. However, the rise of socialist realism in the 1930s led to the suppression of constructivist stage design. Soviet authorities deemed it too abstract and avant-garde, favoring more literal and ideologically driven artistic expressions. Despite its decline, the principles of constructivist theater left a lasting impact on modern stage design, influencing contemporary set construction, multimedia performance, and experimental theater worldwide. The movement's emphasis on function, movement, and interaction continues to inspire directors and designers seeking to break conventional theatrical boundaries. Eisenstein and Vertov, film as a revolutionary medium. Sergei Eisenstein and Dziga Vertov were two of the most influential filmmakers of the Russian avant-garde, using cinema as a tool for revolution both in form and content. Their innovative approaches to editing, narrative structure, and visual composition helped shape modern filmmaking while aligning with the ideological goals of the Soviet state. Eisenstein, best known for films like Battleship Potemkin, 1925, and Strike, 1925, developed the theory of montage, a technique that emphasized the juxtaposition of images to create meaning and evoke emotional responses. Unlike traditional continuity editing, Eisenstein's montage relied on rapid cuts and visual contrasts to heighten tension and reinforce revolutionary themes. His most famous sequence, the Odessa Steppes Massacre in Battleship Potemkin, demonstrated the power of montage to create a visceral and emotionally charged cinematic experience. By using fragmented shots of terrified citizens, advancing soldiers, and a baby carriage tumbling down the steps, Eisenstein manipulated time and space to emphasize the brutality of oppression and the need for collective uprising. Vertov, on the other hand, rejected narrative-driven cinema in favor of documentary realism. His film, Man with a Movie Camera, 1929, is a groundbreaking exploration of urban life, labor, and mechanization, crafted without actors, sets, or a traditional script. Vertov believed in the power of cinema to reveal truth, advocating for a style he called kino eye, which sought to capture reality from perspectives impossible for the human eye alone. By using techniques such as double exposure, split screens, and superimpositions, he transformed ordinary moments into dynamic, rhythmic visual compositions that celebrated Soviet progress and industrialization. Both Eisenstein and Vertov saw film as more than entertainment. It was a means of political education and social transformation. Their works aimed to galvanize the masses, presenting revolutionary struggle not just as an abstract ideal, but as a tangible and urgent necessity. They also challenged conventional storytelling, introducing radical visual styles that broke from Western cinematic traditions. However, as Stalin's grip on Soviet culture tightened in the 1930s, their experimental approaches came under scrutiny. Socialist realism, which prioritized clear narratives and ideological clarity, became the mandated artistic style. Eisenstein was forced to adapt, producing more state-approved films like Alexander Nevsky, 1938, while Vertov's career declined due to his rejection of traditional storytelling. Despite this, their contributions to film theory and practice remain foundational. Eisenstein's montage theory continues to influence directors across genres, while Vertov's emphasis on documentary realism paved the way for modern experimental and verite filmmaking. Their vision of cinema as a revolutionary force still resonates, proving that film can be both a powerful aesthetic medium and a catalyst for social change. The synthesis of sound, motion, and visual art. The Russian avant-garde sought to break down barriers between artistic disciplines, creating a total work of art that fused sound, motion, and visual composition. This synthesis was particularly evident in film, theater, and experimental performance, where artists pushed the limits of traditional storytelling and artistic expression. By integrating these elements, they aimed to create an immersive experience that aligned with revolutionary ideals and redefined the role of art in society. In cinema, directors like Sergei Eisenstein and Dziga Vertov explored the relationship between sound and motion, even before synchronized sound became widely available. Eisenstein's theory of vertical montage proposed that sound should not merely accompany images, but should be an independent force that could create meaning through contrast or synchronization. This was evident in Alexander Nevsky, 1938, where Prokofiev's powerful score was intricately timed to match the rhythm of the visuals, turning battle sequences into choreographed symphonies of movement and sound. Vertov, in contrast, approached sound as an extension of his kino-eye philosophy. His pioneering use of field recordings in Enthusiasm, Symphony of the Donbass, 1931, integrated industrial sounds, machinery, factory sirens, and human voices, directly into the film's structure. This blending of natural sounds with cinematic rhythm created a dynamic, almost musical, representation of Soviet industry and progress. Theater was another medium where this synthesis took shape. Vsevolod Meyerhold's biomechanics system emphasized physical movement as a form of artistic expression, creating a visual rhythm that worked in tandem with sound and set design. His productions featured exaggerated, mechanical movements influenced by constructivist aesthetics, where actors became extensions of the stage's geometric structures. These performances, often accompanied by avant-garde music, aimed to engage audiences physically and emotionally rather than simply relay a narrative. Visual artists also played a role in integrating sound and motion into their work. Constructivist designers like Lyubov Popova and Varvara Stepanova collaborated on set designs that incorporated kinetic elements, allowing scenery to shift and interact with the actors in real time. El Lissitzky's experiments with typography and spatial design in book layouts mirrored the principles of cinematic montage, using fragmented compositions that suggested movement and rhythm even in static images. This interdisciplinary approach reflected the avant-garde's broader goal of creating an art form that was not passive, but active, one that engaged the senses and stimulated new ways of thinking. Though Soviet cultural policies eventually restricted experimental approaches, the legacy of this fusion remains evident in modern multimedia art, experimental film, and interactive theater. The Russian avant-garde's innovations in synthesizing sound, motion, and visual art continue to influence artists across disciplines, proving that the boundaries between art forms are meant to be challenged and redefined. The avant-garde's influence on international cinema. The Russian avant-garde had a profound impact on global cinema, shaping the visual language of filmmaking and inspiring directors across continents. Its revolutionary approach to editing, narrative, and visual composition transformed the medium from a simple storytelling device into a powerful tool for artistic and ideological expression. Techniques pioneered by Soviet filmmakers like Sergei Eisenstein, Dziga Vertov, and Lev Kuleshov found their way into the works of directors in Europe, the United States, and beyond, influencing film movements such as German Expressionism, Italian Neorealism, and the French New Wave. One of the most enduring contributions of the avant-garde was the theory of montage, developed by Eisenstein and Kuleshov. Montage was not merely a way to connect shots, but a method of generating meaning through juxtaposition. Eisenstein's Battleship Potemkin, 1925, showcased this technique in the famous Odessa Steps sequence, where rapid cuts between civilians fleeing down the stairs and soldiers firing upon them created a visceral sense of chaos and brutality. This approach deeply influenced Hollywood filmmakers, particularly in action and propaganda films, and was later echoed in works such as Alfred Hitchcock's Psycho, 1960, and Francis Ford Coppola's Apocalypse Now, 1979. Dziga Vertov's contributions to documentary filmmaking were equally transformative. His Kino eye philosophy, which advocated for a purely cinematic truth achieved through dynamic editing and candid footage, laid the foundation for the cinema verite movement of the 1960s. His film Man with a Movie Camera, 1929, demonstrated an experimental approach to filmmaking, incorporating double exposure, split screens, and fast motion to depict the energy of urban life. Directors like Jean-Luc Godard and Chris Marker later adopted similar techniques in their own avant-garde and political films. The influence of Soviet cinema was also evident in the political films of Latin America, Italy, and Africa, where montage was used to critique power structures and amplify revolutionary messages. Italian neorealists like Roberto Rossellini and Vittorio De Sica employed naturalistic, documentary-style cinematography reminiscent of Vertov's work to portray the struggles of ordinary people. Similarly, filmmakers such as Glauber Rocha in Brazil and Ousmane Sembène in Senegal integrated Soviet-style montage and constructivist aesthetics to highlight social injustice and anti-colonial resistance. Even in contemporary cinema, the visual and narrative innovations of the Russian avant-garde continue to resonate. The rapid cut editing style in action films, the use of abstract symbolism in art house cinema, and the blending of documentary and fiction all owe a debt to the early Soviet experiments in film. By revolutionizing the way stories were told on screen, the avant-garde cemented its place as one of the most influential movements in cinematic history. Chapter 8: Photography and Graphic Design in the Avant-Garde. Photography and graphic design played a crucial role in the Russian avant-garde, serving as powerful tools for visual communication in a rapidly changing society. As artists sought to break away from traditional forms of representation, they embraced new techniques that emphasized abstraction, dynamic composition, and the integration of art with everyday life. These innovations helped shape modern visual culture and had a lasting impact on advertising, propaganda, and media design. One of the defining characteristics of avant-garde photography was its experimental approach to perspective and composition. Artists like Alexander Rodchenko, El Lissitzky, and Gustav Klutzis used unusual angles, photomontage, and stark contrast to create striking images that captured the energy of the modern age. Rodchenko, in particular, was known for his dramatic overhead shots and extreme close-ups, which transformed ordinary subjects into bold, geometric compositions. His work rejected traditional pictorialism in favor of a constructivist aesthetic that aligned with the revolutionary spirit of the time. Graphic design, too, underwent a radical transformation under the influence of avant-garde artists. The fusion of typography, photography, and geometric abstraction gave rise to a dynamic visual language that was both functional and politically charged. El Lissitzky's Proun series and his famous Beat the Whites with the Red Wedge, 1919, exemplified this new approach, using bold shapes and asymmetrical layouts to convey movement and ideological struggle. His designs for books, posters, and exhibitions revolutionized the use of text and image in communication, laying the groundwork for modern graphic design. Photomontage emerged as one of the most influential techniques of the period, allowing artists to combine multiple photographic elements into a single composition. This method was used extensively in political propaganda, as seen in the work of Gustav Klutzis, who created powerful posters promoting Soviet industrialization and collectivization. By layering images of workers, machinery, and revolutionary slogans, photomontage reinforced the message of progress and unity, making it an effective tool for shaping public perception. The impact of avant-garde photography and design extended beyond the Soviet Union, influencing movements such as Bauhaus in Germany and Daystyle in the Netherlands. The emphasis on clean lines, functionality, and integration with architecture and industrial design resonated with modernist designers worldwide, setting the stage for the development of commercial advertising and corporate branding in the 20th century. Although many of these radical artistic experiments were later suppressed under Stalin's regime, their legacy continues to inspire contemporary photographers, designers, and visual artists. The Russian avant-garde redefined the possibilities of photography and graphic design, transforming them from mere representational tools into powerful means of artistic and political expression. Rodchenko and the language of constructivist photography. Alexander Rodchenko was one of the most influential figures in constructivist photography, redefining the role of the camera as a tool for revolutionary visual expression. Rejecting traditional artistic conventions, he sought to create a new photographic language that aligned with the principles of constructivism, functionality, objectivity, and a focus on modern industrial society. His innovative compositions, unusual perspectives, and bold geometric framing became hallmarks of constructivist photography and shaped the visual culture of the Soviet Union. Rodchenko's approach was characterized by extreme angles, unexpected viewpoints, and a sense of dynamism. He often shot from above or below, emphasizing height, movement, and abstraction. His famous works, such as Pioneer Girl with a Trumpet, 1930, and Stairs, 1929, demonstrate his ability to transform everyday subjects into striking, almost architectural compositions. By using diagonal lines, fragmented perspectives, and strong contrasts, he created images that conveyed energy and modernity, breaking away from static, traditional portraiture. One of Rodchenko's most significant contributions was his development of photomontage, a technique that involved cutting and assembling multiple photographic elements into a single composition. This method allowed for the creation of complex narratives and political messaging. He worked closely with Vladimir Mayakovsky, designing bold, typographic posters and advertisements that combined text and image in innovative ways. His work in graphic design, particularly in magazine layouts for USSR and construction, revolutionized Soviet propaganda, making it visually engaging and ideologically powerful. Rodchenko also believed that photography should serve a social function rather than be purely aesthetic. He rejected the notion of photography as an art form meant for individual expression, instead advocating for its use as a means of documenting Soviet progress. His images of workers, athletes, and industrial landscapes aimed to present a vision of the Soviet Union as a thriving, collective society. His photograph, Shukov Tower, 1929, with its striking upward perspective, symbolized the Soviet commitment to technological advancement and innovation. Despite his early success, Rodchenko faced increasing restrictions as Stalinist policies tightened artistic expression. The state favored more straightforward, heroic depictions of Soviet life, leading to accusations that his work was too abstract and formalist. By the late 1930s, he was forced to abandon much of his experimental photography and return to more conventional documentary work. Nevertheless, Rodchenko's influence on modern photography remains profound. His constructivist approach paved the way for later developments in photojournalism, advertising, and graphic design. His radical reimagining of perspective and composition continues to inspire contemporary photographers and designers, securing his place as a pioneer in the history of visual culture. The impact of avant-garde typography and propaganda posters. Avant-garde typography and propaganda posters played a crucial role in shaping Soviet visual culture, merging radical artistic innovation with political messaging. The Russian avant-garde, particularly constructivist designers like Alexander Rodchenko, L. Lissitzky, and Gustav Klutzis, developed a bold new typographic style that rejected decorative flourishes in favor of clarity, geometric precision, and functional communication. Their designs aimed to energize the masses, visually reinforcing the ideals of the Soviet state through striking compositions, dynamic angles, and the strategic use of text and imagery. One of the defining features of avant-garde typography was its rejection of traditional serif typefaces in favor of blocky sans-serif lettering. This shift emphasized readability and modernity, aligning with the constructivist belief that art should serve a purpose beyond personal expression. Designers often arranged text at sharp angles, in asymmetrical layouts, or intertwined with photographic elements, creating visually arresting compositions. This approach was particularly evident in L. Lissitzky's famous Beat the Whites with the Red Wedge, 1919, which used bold geometric shapes and slanted typography to symbolize the Red Army's struggle against counter-revolutionary forces. Propaganda posters became a primary vehicle for avant-garde typographic experimentation, serving as a powerful means of mass communication in a largely illiterate society. These posters, often produced in lithographic or photomontage formats, combine bold slogans, dynamic figures, and constructivist design principles to instill a sense of unity, progress, and revolutionary zeal. Rodchenko's collaboration with poet Vladimir Mayakovsky led to some of the most iconic advertising and political posters of the era, where words and images worked together seamlessly to deliver clear, impactful messages. Photomontage became another essential technique in Soviet propaganda, allowing artists to blend photography with typography in a way that appeared both realistic and ideologically charged. Gustav Klutzis mastered this method, creating posters that featured cutout images of workers, soldiers, and industrial machinery, interwoven with bold slogans in red and black. His works, such as We Will Fulfill the Plan of Great Works, 1930, reinforced the idea of collective labor and Soviet industrial expansion. However, as Stalin consolidated power, avant-garde typography and constructivist poster design were increasingly deemed too experimental and abstract for state propaganda. By the mid-1930s, socialist realism became the dominant artistic style, favoring more naturalistic depictions of Soviet life with straightforward, legible typography. Avant-garde designers were either forced to conform or sidelined altogether. Despite this suppression, the impact of avant-garde typography and propaganda posters remained significant. Their radical design principles influenced later movements in graphic design, advertising, and political messaging, demonstrating the power of typography as a tool for both artistic innovation and ideological persuasion. The role of photography in Soviet visual culture. Photography played a central role in shaping Soviet visual culture, serving as both an artistic medium and a tool for propaganda. In the early years of the Soviet Union, avant-garde artists embraced photography as a means of documenting social change, constructing a new visual language that aligned with revolutionary ideals. Innovators like Alexander Rodchenko, L. Lissitzky, and Gustav Klutzis experimented with photomontage, unconventional angles, and dynamic compositions to create striking images that conveyed the energy of the new socialist society. One of the key aspects of Soviet photography was its ability to merge art with ideology. Constructivist artists viewed photography as a way to replace traditional, subjective forms of representation with an objective, mechanized vision of reality. Rodchenko, for example, rejected classical perspectives in favor of extreme angles, unusual viewpoints, and bold contrasts that made the viewer see the world from a fresh perspective. His images of workers, athletes, and urban landscapes celebrated the collective spirit of the Soviet Union, reinforcing the idea that photography could serve a social function beyond mere documentation. Photomontage became one of the most powerful techniques in Soviet photography, allowing artists to construct composite images that blended reality with ideological messaging. Gustav Klutzis, one of the most influential photomontage artists, created powerful political posters that combined photographic elements with typography and graphic design. His works often depicted Soviet leaders, industrial workers, and grand architectural projects, symbolizing the unity between the people and the state. Through strategic editing and juxtaposition, photomontage allowed artists to manipulate reality, creating idealized visions of progress and modernity. Photography also played a crucial role in Soviet journalism and mass media. Publications such as USSR in Construction, a lavishly designed magazine published in multiple languages, showcased the achievements of Soviet industry, agriculture, and technological progress through dramatic photographic spreads. Edited by leading avant-garde artists, the magazine presented highly stylized images of workers and infrastructure, reinforcing the narrative of a powerful and efficient socialist state. Despite its early experimentation and innovation, Soviet photography eventually became constrained by political pressures. By the 1930s, as socialist realism became the official state aesthetic, avant-garde photography was increasingly seen as too abstract and disconnected from the needs of the people. Artists were required to produce more straightforward, heroic images that glorified Soviet leadership and everyday workers in an idealized manner. Many avant-garde photographers either adapted to these demands or found themselves marginalized. Nevertheless, the influence of Soviet photography extended beyond its political context. The experimental techniques pioneered by constructivist photographers inspired generations of graphic designers, filmmakers, and artists around the world. Their work demonstrated how photography could be used as both an artistic medium and a powerful instrument of social transformation. The intersection of art and political messaging. The Russian avant-garde movement demonstrated how art and political messaging could merge to shape public perception and reinforce ideological narratives. In the aftermath of the Russian Revolution, artists saw their work as a means of constructing a new society, using visual language to communicate socialist ideals to the masses. This intersection of art and politics was particularly evident in propaganda posters, photomontage, graphic design, and experimental film, all of which played a crucial role in promoting the goals of the Soviet state. One of the most effective tools for political messaging was the propaganda poster. Avant-garde artists like Gustav Klutzis and L. Lisitsky created dynamic compositions that combined bold typography, geometric forms, and photomontage to deliver powerful ideological statements. These posters often depicted heroic workers, industrial progress, and Soviet leaders in a manner that reinforced themes of unity, progress, and collective strength. Through vibrant colors, striking contrasts, and simplified yet compelling imagery, they captured the revolutionary spirit and made complex political ideas accessible to a largely illiterate population. Photomontage became another essential technique in blending art with political messaging. Alexander Rodchenko and Klutzis pioneered this method, using cut-and-paste compositions that combined photography with graphic elements to create striking visual narratives. By manipulating and assembling images, artists could construct idealized visions of Soviet progress, often exaggerating industrial achievements or portraying workers and leaders in a glorified light. These montages were widely used in posters, newspapers, and state-sponsored magazines, reinforcing the government's vision of a socialist utopia. Cinema also played a significant role in uniting artistic innovation with political propaganda. Filmmakers like Sergei Eisenstein and Dziga Vertov developed revolutionary editing techniques, such as montage, to create emotionally charged films that aligned with Soviet ideology. Eisenstein's Battleship Potemkin and Vertov's Man with a Movie Camera were not just artistic achievements, but also tools of political persuasion, using visual storytelling to glorify the workers' struggle and celebrate the efficiency of the socialist state. These films were carefully crafted to inspire, educate, and mobilize audiences, emphasizing the power of collective action. While avant-garde artists initially enjoyed creative freedom, their work eventually became subject to strict ideological control. As socialist realism became the official art form of the Soviet Union in the 1930s, experimental and abstract styles were increasingly suppressed in favor of more direct, heroic representations of Soviet life. Despite this shift, the avant-garde's early experiments with art as a vehicle for political messaging had a lasting impact on global design, influencing movements such as Bauhaus, modernist graphic design, and political art worldwide. The fusion of aesthetics and ideology, pioneered by the Russian avant-garde, remains a powerful example of how visual culture can be harnessed to shape political thought and social transformation. The avant-garde's influence on modern graphic design. The innovations of the Russian avant-garde had a profound and lasting impact on modern graphic design, shaping the way artists and designers approach typography, composition, and visual communication. The movement's emphasis on abstraction, geometric precision, and the integration of text and image laid the foundation for many of the design principles still in use today. Avant-garde artists like El Lissitzky, Alexander Rodchenko, and Gustav Klutzis revolutionized the field by breaking away from traditional artistic conventions and embracing a bold, functional approach to visual messaging. One of the most significant contributions of the avant-garde to modern graphic design was the use of asymmetry and dynamic compositions. Prior to this period, design was largely centered on balanced classical layouts. However, artists like Lissitzky and Rodchenko introduced diagonal arrangements, stark contrasts, and overlapping elements to create movement and energy within a composition. This approach, which aimed to grab attention and communicate ideas efficiently, became a defining characteristic of modern graphic design, influencing everything from advertising to editorial layouts. Typography was another area in which the avant-garde left a lasting imprint. Constructivist designers rejected decorative and ornate typefaces in favor of bold sans-serif fonts that prioritized readability and clarity. They also experimented with unconventional text placement, integrating typography as a core visual element rather than just a means of conveying information. These innovations directly influenced movements like Bauhaus and later Swiss design, which embraced minimalist, functional typography in corporate branding, signage, and print media. Photomontage, pioneered by artists like Klutzis and Rodchenko, became an essential tool in modern design. By combining photography with graphic elements, these artists created powerful visual narratives that conveyed complex ideas in a single striking image. This technique has since become a staple in advertising, editorial design, and political messaging, where layered images are used to create emotional impact and engage audiences on a deeper level. The avant-garde's approach to visual storytelling continues to inspire contemporary designers working in digital media, motion graphics, and branding. Even the concept of design as a means of social change, championed by the Russian avant-garde, resonates in modern graphic design practices. The movement's emphasis on functionality and mass communication paved the way for socially conscious design movements that use visual media to address political, environmental, and cultural issues. Today, designers draw from these early avant-garde experiments when creating posters, infographics, and digital campaigns that aim to inform and inspire action. The Russian avant-garde's radical rethinking of form, space, and communication fundamentally reshaped graphic design, influencing movements from Bauhaus to modernist advertising. Its legacy lives on in the bold, structured, and purposeful designs that define contemporary visual culture. Chapter 9. The Decline of the Avant-Garde and the Rise of Socialist Realism. As the Soviet Union moved into the 1930s, the radical experimentation of the Russian avant-garde gave way to a new, state-mandated artistic doctrine, socialist realism. Once celebrated for their bold innovations, avant-garde artists found themselves increasingly marginalized as the Soviet government sought to establish a more controlled and ideologically driven artistic style. The shift marked the end of a vibrant period of artistic freedom and the beginning of an era where art was strictly aligned with political propaganda. The decline of the avant-garde was largely driven by political changes under Joseph Stalin. While Lenin's early years in power allowed room for artistic experimentation, Stalin's vision for the Soviet Union demanded a more direct and easily understood form of art that would serve as a tool for shaping public consciousness. The avant-garde, with its abstract forms, geometric compositions, and non-traditional methods, was seen as too obscure for mass consumption. By the early 1930s, Soviet authorities began suppressing movements like suprematism and constructivism in favor of a more figurative and accessible artistic style. Socialist realism became the official artistic style of the Soviet Union in 1934. It was characterized by highly realistic depictions of workers, soldiers, and farmers portrayed as heroic figures engaged in the construction of a socialist utopia. Unlike the avant-garde's abstract and experimental approach, socialist realism emphasized clarity, optimism, and direct messaging. Art was no longer an arena for personal or intellectual exploration, but a tool to reinforce the ideals of the state. This shift affected all artistic disciplines, from painting and sculpture to literature, film, and architecture. For many avant-garde artists, this transition was devastating. Some, like Kazimir Malevich and Alexander Rodchenko, attempted to adapt, creating works that aligned with the new aesthetic while still incorporating elements of modernist design. Others, like Vladimir Tatlin, faded into obscurity as their visionary ideas no longer fit within the ideological framework of the Soviet state. A number of artists were arrested, exiled, or executed during Stalin's purges, further cementing the avant-garde's decline. Despite its suppression in the Soviet Union, the influence of the Russian avant-garde lived on beyond its borders. The bold experiments of constructivism, suprematism, and futurism inspired international movements like the Bauhaus, De Style, and later minimalist and abstract design trends. While socialist realism dominated Soviet art for decades, the avant-garde's legacy resurfaced in the late 20th century as artists and historians rediscovered its groundbreaking contributions to modern art and design. The political shifts in Soviet cultural policy. Soviet cultural policy underwent significant transformations throughout the early 20th century, reflecting the shifting political landscape of the USSR. In the years following the Russian Revolution of 1917, the Bolsheviks initially embraced radical artistic movements, viewing them as allies in the creation of a new socialist society. Avant-garde artists, including constructivists and suprematists, were encouraged to experiment with new visual languages that aligned with revolutionary ideals. This period saw the proliferation of bold, abstract works that rejected traditional aesthetics in favor of innovation and modernism. However, as the Soviet state consolidated its power under Joseph Stalin in the late 1920s and early 1930s, the government's attitude toward art and culture changed drastically. The avant-garde, once seen as a valuable force for progress, was now regarded as too experimental and inaccessible for mass audiences. Stalin's vision for the Soviet Union emphasized unity, order, and ideological conformity, leading to a crackdown on artistic movements that did not serve the state's propagandistic needs. The rise of socialist realism as the official artistic doctrine in 1934 marked the end of this experimental era. Under socialist realism, art was no longer an arena for individual expression, but a tool for reinforcing Soviet ideology. Artists were expected to depict workers, soldiers, and peasants as heroic figures engaged in the collective effort of building socialism. Abstraction and non-traditional methods were dismissed as bourgeois formalism, and those who continued to create in avant-garde styles faced severe consequences, including censorship, imprisonment, or exile. Institutions that had once fostered innovation, such as the Institute of Artistic Culture, NKUK, were dismantled, and state-controlled unions took their place to oversee artistic production. This shift in cultural policy extended beyond the visual arts to literature, theater, film, and architecture. Writers were required to produce narratives that glorified the Communist Party, while filmmakers like Sergei Eisenstein had to modify their work to align with state-approved themes. In architecture, the grand utopian visions of constructivism gave way to monumental neoclassical designs that symbolized Soviet strength and permanence. The suppression of avant-garde movements in favor of socialist realism lasted for decades, shaping Soviet culture under Stalin's rule. However, the experimental spirit of the Russian avant-garde did not disappear entirely. Many of its ideas found a second life outside the Soviet Union, influencing modernist movements worldwide. By the late 20th century, with the loosening of Soviet artistic restrictions, the legacy of the avant-garde was re-evaluated, recognized not as a failed experiment, but as a groundbreaking chapter in the history of modern art. The suppression of avant-garde movements in the 1930s. By the 1930s, the once thriving avant-garde movements in Soviet Russia faced systematic suppression as the state tightened its control over artistic expression. In the aftermath of the Russian Revolution, artists had enjoyed a period of creative freedom, experimenting with radical new forms and ideologies that aligned with the promise of a socialist utopia. Constructivists, suprematists, and futurists sought to reshape visual culture, architecture, and design to reflect a modern, industrialized society. However, as Joseph Stalin consolidated power, artistic innovation became increasingly subordinate to the needs of the state. Stalin's cultural policies demanded that all forms of art serve a clear ideological function. The avant-garde, with its abstract and experimental nature, was seen as elitist and inaccessible to the working class. The government shifted its support to socialist realism, an officially sanctioned style that glorified the proletariat, depicted workers and farmers as heroic figures, and reinforced the Soviet vision of progress. Any movement that deviated from these principles was branded as bourgeois formalism and deemed counterproductive to the goals of the Communist Party. Artists who had once been celebrated as pioneers of the new Soviet art were now viewed with suspicion. Kazimir Malevich, whose abstract paintings symbolized the spiritual and intellectual aspirations of early revolutionary Russia, was denounced, arrested, and later forced into producing more conventional work. L. Lissitzky, a key figure in constructivism, found his creative autonomy severely restricted as he adapted to the demands of state propaganda. Vladimir Tatlin's grand visions for a new architectural future were abandoned as Soviet architectural policy shifted toward monumental neoclassicism. Art institutions that had fostered avant-garde experimentation, such as the Institute of Artistic Culture, INC and the Russian Academy of Artistic Sciences, were shut down. The state replaced them with rigidly controlled artists' unions, which dictated themes, styles, and subjects that aligned with Soviet ideology. Those who refused to conform risked censorship, unemployment, or even imprisonment. The Great Purge of the late 1930s further intensified this repression, leading to the arrests and executions of many intellectuals, including artists, poets, and writers. The suppression of avant-garde movements in the 1930s marked the end of an era of radical artistic innovation in the Soviet Union. While socialist realism became the dominant aesthetic for decades, the ideas and experiments of the avant-garde did not disappear entirely. Many avant-garde artists continued their work in exile or found ways to subtly incorporate their vision within the confines of state-mandated styles. Despite its decline within the Soviet Union, the avant-garde's influence persisted globally, shaping the trajectory of modern art and design in the years to come. Stalin's doctrine of socialist realism. Under Joseph Stalin, socialist realism became the official artistic doctrine of the Soviet Union, dictating the content and style of all creative expression. Formalized in 1934 at the First Congress of Soviet Writers, this doctrine required artists, writers, filmmakers, and musicians to depict an idealized version of Soviet life that aligned with the state's political goals. The avant-garde experimentation that had once defined early Soviet art was deemed incompatible with the needs of the Communist Party, and art was transformed into a tool for ideological control. Socialist realism was characterized by its highly representational and optimistic depictions of Soviet workers, leaders, and industrial progress. Artists were expected to portray subjects that glorified the state, celebrated the heroism of labor, and reinforced Stalin's vision of a prosperous, unified society. The doctrine rejected abstract, avant-garde, and formalist tendencies, labeling them as decadent and bourgeois. Instead, paintings, literature, and sculptures had to be easily understandable by the masses, reinforcing Soviet values and instilling a sense of patriotism. One of the primary functions of socialist realism was to cultivate a cult of personality around Stalin. Portraits of Stalin often depicted him as a benevolent yet powerful leader, guiding the Soviet people toward a utopian future. Literature and film followed similar themes, presenting Soviet life as an unending march of progress under the Communist Party. Films by directors such as Sergei Eisenstein were reoriented to align with state-approved narratives, while writers like Maxim Gorky were tasked with producing works that depicted the struggles and triumphs of Soviet workers. The enforcement of socialist realism was strict, with state-controlled artistic unions overseeing all creative output. Artists who failed to conform to the doctrine faced severe consequences, including censorship, exile, imprisonment, or execution. Those who complied, however, were rewarded with state-sponsored commissions, prestigious positions, and national recognition. As a result, many artists adapted their work to fit within the ideological framework, often sacrificing artistic integrity in the process. While socialist realism dominated Soviet culture for decades, it stifled artistic innovation and led to a homogenized aesthetic across all mediums. It was not until Stalin's death in 1953 and the subsequent political thaw under Nikita Khrushchev that alternative artistic expressions began to reemerge. Despite its rigid constraints, socialist realism left a lasting impact on Soviet culture, shaping the visual and literary landscape of the USSR and influencing state-controlled art in other communist nations. The fate of avant-garde artists under Soviet rule. The early Soviet period was a time of radical artistic experimentation, with avant-garde artists playing a key role in shaping the visual and ideological landscape of the new socialist state. However, as Stalin consolidated power in the late 1920s and early 1930s, the political climate shifted dramatically, and the state's tolerance for artistic innovation waned. Avant-garde artists, once celebrated for their revolutionary spirit, found themselves increasingly marginalized, persecuted, or forced to conform to the rigid dictates of socialist realism. Many artists who had thrived in the dynamic years following the Russian Revolution, such as Kazimir Malevich, Alexander Rodchenko, and L. Lissitzky, struggled under the new artistic policies. Malevich, a leading figure in suprematism, was stripped of his position and forbidden from creating abstract art. He was forced to paint in a representational style, producing works that barely concealed his avant-garde roots. Rodchenko, once a pioneer of constructivist photography and design, abandoned radical experimentation and turned to state-approved projects to avoid repression. Lissitzky, despite initially adapting his work to Soviet propaganda, saw his influence wane as artistic independence was curtailed. For others, the consequences were even more severe. Vladimir Tatlin, known for his monument to the Third International, was effectively erased from Soviet cultural history, his architectural visions deemed impractical and counter to the state's pragmatic needs. Avant-garde theater director Vsevolod Meyerhold faced the harshest fate. His continued commitment to experimental performance techniques led to his arrest, torture, and execution in 1940. Writers and poets associated with the avant-garde, such as Osip Mandelstam and Daniil Karms, were either imprisoned or died under state repression. By the 1930s, The Union of Soviet Artists and other state-controlled institutions ensured that only those who adhered to socialist realism could work professionally. Artists who resisted faced exile, imprisonment, or death. Some, like Wassily Kandinsky and Marc Chagall, had already emigrated in the 1920s, avoiding the tightening grip of Soviet cultural policy. Others, like Gustav Klutzis, a constructivist graphic designer, were arrested and executed during Stalin's purges. The suppression of avant-garde artists marked a significant loss for Soviet culture, as the creative energy that had once flourished was extinguished in favor of state propaganda. While some artists survived by adapting, the era of bold experimentation had come to an end. It was not until the late Soviet period that interest in the avant-garde was cautiously revived, as later generations rediscovered the suppressed legacy of these once revolutionary creators. The long-term impact on Russian art. The suppression of the avant-garde and the rise of socialist realism had a lasting impact on Russian art, shaping its trajectory for decades. The radical experimentation of the early Soviet period was replaced with rigid artistic control, limiting creative freedom and forcing artists to conform to state-sanctioned ideals. While socialist realism dominated Soviet visual culture well into the 20th century, the influence of the avant-garde persisted beneath the surface, resurfacing in later artistic movements both within and outside Russia. One of the most significant consequences of the crackdown on the avant-garde was the stagnation of artistic innovation in the Soviet Union. By enforcing socialist realism as the only acceptable style, the state restricted artistic expression to idealized depictions of workers, peasants, and Soviet leaders. This approach left little room for abstraction, experimentation, or personal interpretation. Many artists who had been part of the avant-garde either abandoned their modernist approaches, emigrated, or worked in obscurity. As a result, Soviet art became more uniform, serving as a tool of political propaganda rather than a space for creative exploration. Despite this suppression, the avant-garde never fully disappeared. In the post-Stalin era, particularly during Khrushchev's thaw in the 1950s and 1960s, there was a renewed interest in modernist aesthetics. Soviet artists, inspired by the rediscovery of early avant-garde works, began incorporating abstract elements into their practice. Underground art movements, such as the Moscow conceptualists of the 1970s and 1980s, drew upon the suppressed legacy of the avant-garde, using irony and abstraction to critique Soviet ideology. Internationally, the Russian avant-garde continued to exert influence long after its decline in the Soviet Union. The ideas of suprematism, constructivism, and futurism were absorbed into Western modernist and postmodernist movements. The Bauhaus school, De Style, and brutalist architecture all drew inspiration from Russian avant-garde theories, ensuring that the movement's legacy extended far beyond the borders of the Soviet state. With the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991, Russian artists gained the freedom to openly engage with the avant-garde tradition once more. Museums and scholars began re-evaluating the contributions of figures like Malevich, Tatlin, and Rodchenko, restoring them to their rightful place in art history. Today, contemporary Russian artists frequently reference avant-garde aesthetics, blending them with new media and digital art forms to create a dialogue between past and present. Ultimately, while the Soviet government sought to erase the avant-garde, its impact proved too powerful to be forgotten. The movement's radical ideas and visual language continue to shape both Russian and global art, demonstrating that true artistic innovation can never be fully suppressed. Chapter 10: The Rediscovery and Revival of the Russian Avant-Garde. The Russian avant-garde, long buried under decades of Soviet cultural suppression, experienced a significant rediscovery in the late 20th and early 21st centuries. Scholars, curators, and contemporary artists began to reassess the movement's impact, unearthing forgotten works and re-examining its radical contributions to modern art, design, and architecture. This revival not only restored the avant-garde's place in art history, but also influenced new generations of creators, both in Russia and internationally. The first steps toward rediscovery occurred during the Khrushchev thaw of the 1950s and 1960s, when restrictions on artistic expression temporarily eased. Artists and intellectuals began revisiting the works of figures like Kazimir Malevich, El Lissitzky, and Alexander Rodchenko, recognizing their relevance to contemporary artistic debates. However, it was not until the late Soviet period, and especially after the collapse of the USSR in 1991, that a full-scale reevaluation took place. With greater access to archives, researchers uncovered suppressed works, while museums and galleries began to exhibit avant-garde pieces that had been hidden for decades. One of the most significant aspects of this revival was the restoration of avant-garde architecture and design principles. Many unfinished projects from the 1920s, once dismissed as impractical, gained new appreciation for their visionary qualities. Architects and urban planners revisited constructivist concepts, and the bold geometric designs of the avant-garde found a place in contemporary graphic design, fashion, and advertising. The global art world also played a crucial role in bringing the Russian avant-garde back into focus. Major exhibitions in institutions such as the Museum of Modern Art in New York, the Tate Modern in London, and the State Tretyakov Gallery in Moscow introduced international audiences to the movement's groundbreaking innovations. Auction houses saw a rise in demand for avant-garde artworks, with collectors eager to acquire pieces that had once been hidden from public view. Contemporary Russian artists, too, have embraced the avant-garde's legacy, drawing inspiration from its radical aesthetics and revolutionary spirit. Movements in digital and conceptual art often reference the bold typographic designs of the constructivists or the abstract forms of suprematism. The avant-garde's emphasis on the intersection of art, technology, and politics continues to resonate, proving that its ideas remain as relevant today as they were a century ago. Ultimately, the rediscovery and revival of the Russian avant-garde affirm its lasting significance. Once suppressed by political forces, the movement has reclaimed its place as one of the most influential artistic currents of the 20th century, inspiring new creative explorations and ensuring its impact endures well into the future. The avant-garde in Western collections and exhibitions. The Russian avant-garde, once suppressed and largely forgotten within the Soviet Union, found a second life in Western collections and exhibitions. As early as the 1920s, some avant-garde works made their way to Europe and the United States, thanks to private collectors, forward-thinking museums, and artists who had connections abroad. However, it was not until the late 20th century that Western institutions fully embraced the movement, leading to a global reevaluation of its artistic and historical significance. During the early years of the avant-garde, artists such as Kazimir Malevich, El Lissitzky, and Alexander Rodchenko exhibited their work internationally, introducing European modernists to new radical approaches in abstraction, typography, and design. The Bauhaus school in Germany, for example, took inspiration from constructivism and incorporated its functional, geometric aesthetic into its teachings. However, as Stalinist policies in the 1930s suppressed avant-garde movements in the Soviet Union, many artworks disappeared from public view, hidden away in Soviet archives or destroyed. Despite the suppression, some avant-garde pieces had already reached private collectors and institutions in the West. The Museum of Modern Art, MoMA, in New York and the Stedelijk Museum in Amsterdam were among the first to acquire works from Russian avant-garde artists, recognizing their groundbreaking contributions to modernism. European galleries also played a role in preserving these works, even as their creators faced censorship and persecution in their homeland. The late 20th century saw a surge of interest in the Russian avant-garde, driven by major retrospectives and scholarly research. Exhibitions at the Tate Modern in London, the Pompidou Center in Paris, and MoMA brought these forgotten masterpieces to the attention of a new generation of artists and historians. The fall of the Soviet Union in 1991 further opened access to previously restricted archives, allowing for more comprehensive exhibitions and academic studies. Today, the Russian avant-garde holds a prominent place in Western art collections, with institutions continuously reassessing its impact on global modernism. Major auctions have also contributed to its revival, with works by Malevich and Rodchenko fetching high prices, reflecting a growing appreciation for their historical and artistic value. The avant-garde's presence in Western exhibitions has not only preserved its legacy, but has also ensured its lasting influence on contemporary art, design, and architecture. By securing a place in prestigious collections and exhibitions, the Russian avant-garde has transcended its early political struggles, proving its enduring relevance and revolutionary spirit. Once silenced within its own country, it now stands as a key movement in the history of global modernism, celebrated and studied worldwide. The reassessment of Malevich, Rodchenko, and Tatlin. The late 20th and early 21st centuries have seen a profound reassessment of the works and legacies of Kazimir Malevich, Alexander Rodchenko, and Vladimir Tatlin. Once marginalized and censored within the Soviet Union, their contributions to modernism have been reevaluated as pivotal in shaping the trajectory of 20th century art, design, and architecture. This renewed interest has led to major exhibitions, scholarly research, and increased recognition of their innovative approaches. Kazimir Malevich, the founder of suprematism, is now widely acknowledged as a visionary who pushed abstraction to its conceptual limits. His painting Black Square, 1915, has become an icon of modernist art, often compared to the works of Mondrian and Kandinsky. For decades, Soviet authorities dismissed Malevich's radical ideas in favor of socialist realism, relegating his work to storage. However, with the collapse of the Soviet Union, institutions such as the State Tretyakov Gallery in Moscow and the Stedelijk Museum in Amsterdam began restoring his place in art history. The rediscovery of his theoretical writings further deepened scholarly appreciation for his philosophical approach to non-objective art. Alexander Rodchenko's contributions to constructivist photography, design, and graphic arts have also been reassessed as groundbreaking. Initially trained as a painter, Rodchenko abandoned traditional media in favor of functional design and experimental photography, believing that art should serve a social purpose. His innovative use of typography and geometric composition in posters, book covers, and advertisements has been recognized as a precursor to modern graphic design. The renewed interest in his photography, particularly his bold angles and dynamic perspectives, has cemented his status as a pioneer of visual storytelling. Vladimir Tatlin, best known for his Monument to the Third International, 1919 to 1920, has been reevaluated as a visionary of architectural and industrial design. Although his ambitious spiraling tower was never built, it remains one of the most influential unrealized projects of the 20th century. His later work, including experiments with material structures and functional design, has influenced contemporary architects and designers. The revival of interest in his theories, particularly his emphasis on integrating art and technology, has placed him among the great innovators of avant-garde architecture. The reassessment of Malevich, Rodchenko, and Tatlin underscores the lasting impact of Russian avant-garde movements on global modernism. Their radical ideas, once deemed incompatible with Soviet ideology, are now celebrated for their contributions to abstraction, design, and architecture. As museums continue to exhibit their work and scholars delve deeper into their theoretical contributions, their influence on contemporary art remains undeniable. The influence of Russian avant-garde on contemporary art. The Russian avant-garde has left an enduring mark on contemporary art, with its radical ideas, experimental techniques, and bold reimagining of artistic expression continuing to inspire artists across various disciplines. From abstraction and minimalism to conceptual art and digital media, the legacy of artists like Kazimir Malevich, Alexander Rodchenko, and El Lissitzky remains evident in the modern artistic landscape. One of the most significant contributions of the Russian avant-garde is its approach to abstraction. Malevich's suprematism, which sought to reduce art to pure geometric forms and color relationships, directly influenced movements such as minimalism and conceptual art. Artists like Frank Stella and Donald Judd drew from the reductionist aesthetics pioneered by Malevich, using simple shapes and non-representational forms to explore the essence of artistic expression. Similarly, the influence of constructivist principles can be seen in contemporary design and architecture, where functionalism and geometric clarity remain central concerns. Graphic design and visual communication also owe much to the avant-garde experiments of Rodchenko and Lissitzky. Their use of bold typography, asymmetrical layouts, and dynamic compositions has been absorbed into advertising, branding, and digital media. The aesthetic of constructivism, characterized by striking contrasts, photo montage, and innovative use of space, continues to shape everything from political posters to web design and motion graphics. Contemporary artists and designers frequently reference these visual strategies to create powerful and engaging imagery. The avant-garde's interdisciplinary approach, particularly in integrating technology and new materials into art, resonates with contemporary multimedia artists. The constructivists' belief in merging art with industry is echoed in digital and interactive art, where boundaries between different artistic forms are increasingly blurred. Artists working with AI, augmented reality, and immersive installations build on the experimental ethos of the Russian avant-garde, embracing new tools to expand artistic possibilities. Performance art and theater have also been influenced by the avant-garde's innovative approach to staging and movement. Vyshevolod Meyerhold's biomechanics and constructivist stage design, which emphasized dynamic physicality and mechanized movement, laid the groundwork for contemporary experimental theater and dance. Elements of this approach can be seen in the works of performance artists who challenge traditional theatrical conventions and emphasize the role of the body in space. Ultimately, the Russian avant-garde's legacy is one of continuous reinvention and boundary pushing. By challenging conventional notions of form, function, and artistic purpose, it has provided a foundation for contemporary artists who seek to redefine art in the modern world. Its influence remains a testament to the power of radical artistic vision and its ability to shape cultural and creative discourse across generations. The restoration and preservation of avant-garde works. The restoration and preservation of Russian avant-garde works have been crucial in ensuring the survival of a revolutionary artistic movement that was once suppressed and nearly forgotten. Due to political repression, ideological shifts, and material degradation, many avant-garde artworks faced neglect, destruction, or obscurity for much of the 20th century. In recent decades, however, scholars, museums, and restoration specialists have worked tirelessly to recover, conserve, and reintroduce these works to the global art world. One of the biggest challenges in preserving avant-garde pieces is the fragility of the materials used. Many Russian avant-garde artists experimented with non-traditional and industrial materials, such as early synthetic paints, collage elements, and metal or wood structures. Over time, these materials have deteriorated, requiring innovative restoration techniques. Paintings by Kazimir Malevich and Alexander Rodchenko, for example, have suffered from fading, cracking, and discoloration. Conservationists have had to develop specialized methods to stabilize these works without compromising their original vision. Another significant issue is the loss of works due to state suppression. Many avant-garde artists were either forced to conform to socialist realism or had their works confiscated and destroyed. Some paintings and designs survived only through photographs or sketches. Museums and archives, such as the State Tretyakov Gallery in Moscow and the Stedelijk Museum in Amsterdam, have played a critical role in recovering and reconstructing lost works, using archival research and digital reconstruction to recreate missing pieces. In addition to paintings and sculptures, avant-garde architecture and design have also required preservation efforts. Many constructivist buildings, designed by figures like Konstantin Melnikov and Moise Ginsburg, have fallen into disrepair or been altered beyond recognition. Organizations such as Docomomo and various architectural conservation groups have campaigned to protect these structures from demolition and promote their historical significance. Some buildings have been restored and repurposed, preserving their avant-garde legacy while adapting them for contemporary use. International collaborations have been instrumental in the restoration process. Museums and research institutions across Europe and the United States have worked with Russian curators to conserve and exhibit avant-garde art. Exhibitions in major institutions like the Tate Modern, the Museum of Modern Art, and the Centre Pompidou have helped generate awareness and funding for restoration projects. The renewed appreciation for avant-garde art underscores its lasting impact and importance. Through careful conservation, digital technology, and scholarly research, these radical works continue to inspire new generations, ensuring that the spirit of innovation and artistic experimentation remains alive. The legacy of the movement in post-Soviet Russia. The collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991 brought renewed interest in the Russian avant-garde, a movement that had been marginalized and suppressed for much of the 20th century. With the lifting of ideological restrictions, scholars, artists, and curators in post-Soviet Russia began reassessing the contributions of avant-garde figures such as Kazimir Malevich, Alexander Rodchenko, and Vladimir Tatlin. This reevaluation not only restored these artists to their rightful place in Russian cultural history, but also highlighted their influence on contemporary Russian art and design. One of the most significant aspects of the avant-garde's legacy in post-Soviet Russia is its impact on modern artistic practices. The radical experimentation and utopian vision of the movement resonates strongly with contemporary Russian artists, many of whom draw inspiration from constructivism, suprematism, and futurism. The geometric abstraction of Malevich's works, the photomontage techniques pioneered by Rodchenko, and the architectural innovations of the constructivists continue to inform new artistic expressions, both in traditional visual arts and in digital media. In addition to influencing individual artists, the avant-garde has also shaped Russia's approach to architecture and urban design in the post-Soviet era. While much of the constructivist architectural heritage was neglected or altered during the Soviet period, there has been a growing movement to preserve and restore these structures. Several key constructivist buildings, including Melnikov House in Moscow, have undergone restoration efforts, and there is increasing recognition of their historical and artistic value. This revival is part of a broader trend in post-Soviet Russia to reclaim the avant-garde's contributions to modernism. The renewed appreciation for the avant-garde is also evident in the country's major museums and cultural institutions. The State Tretyakov Gallery, the Russian Museum, and other leading art institutions have dedicated exhibitions to avant-garde artists, showcasing works that were once hidden from public view. These exhibitions, often in collaboration with international museums, have helped reintroduce Russian audiences to a movement that was once dismissed as politically undesirable. The digitization of archives and the publication of previously censored materials have further expanded access to avant-garde art and theory. Despite this revival, the avant-garde's legacy in post-Soviet Russia remains complex. While its aesthetic and intellectual contributions are widely celebrated, its radical political ambitions remain a subject of debate. The avant-garde was deeply intertwined with the revolutionary ideals of the early Soviet period, and in today's political climate, discussions about its legacy often intersect with broader questions about Russia's cultural identity and historical memory. Ultimately, the Russian avant-garde continues to shape artistic discourse in post-Soviet Russia, serving as both a historical reference and a source of inspiration for new generations. Its legacy is a testament to the enduring power of artistic innovation and its ability to transcend political and temporal boundaries. Chapter 11: The Russian Avant-Garde and Global Art Movements. The Russian avant-garde was not an isolated phenomenon, but a movement that had profound interactions with and influences on global art. Emerging in the early 20th century, it developed alongside and often in conversation with European modernist movements such as Cubism, Futurism, Dadaism, and De Style. The radical experimentation of Russian artists in painting, sculpture, architecture, and graphic design laid the groundwork for many subsequent developments in international art, from Bauhaus principles to mid-century abstraction and contemporary conceptual practices. One of the most direct global impacts of the Russian avant-garde can be seen in the Bauhaus school in Germany. The constructivist emphasis on functionality, industrial materials, and geometric abstraction resonated strongly with Bauhaus artists and architects. Figures like L. Lissitzky, who worked extensively in Europe, helped bridge Russian constructivism with the Bauhaus, influencing designers such as Laszlo Moholy-Nagy. The Bauhaus adopted and refined constructivist ideas, particularly in typography, architecture, and industrial design, which would later shape modernist architecture and graphic design across the world. In addition to the Bauhaus, the Russian avant-garde played a crucial role in the development of abstract expressionism and minimalism. The pure abstraction of Kazimir Malevich's suprematism, particularly his iconic black square, had a lasting impact on later generations of artists, including the American abstract painters of the mid-20th century. Malevich's emphasis on the spiritual and non-objective nature of art found echoes in the works of Mark Rothko and Barnett Newman, who sought to evoke deep emotional responses through simple, bold compositions. Similarly, the geometric rigor and reductionist approach of constructivist design foreshadowed the aesthetics of minimalist sculptors such as Donald Judd and Dan Flavin. The influence of Russian avant-garde film, particularly the works of Sergei Eisenstein and Dziga Vertov, also extended far beyond the Soviet Union. Eisenstein's theories of montage revolutionized editing techniques, influencing filmmakers from Alfred Hitchcock to Jean-Luc Godard. Vertov's experimental approach to documentary filmmaking and his concept of the kino eye paved the way for later developments in cinema verite and avant-garde cinema worldwide. Even as the avant-garde was suppressed in the Soviet Union in the 1930s, its ideas continued to circulate globally, inspiring artists in Latin America, Japan, and beyond. The movement's legacy can be seen in contemporary digital art, graphic design, and architecture, where constructivist aesthetics remain a strong reference point. The Russian avant-garde was a catalyst for artistic innovation, and its reach continues to shape global visual culture today. The influence of Russian avant-garde on Bauhaus and De Style. The Russian avant-garde played a critical role in shaping the aesthetics and philosophies of two of the most influential modernist movements in Europe, Bauhaus and De Style. Emerging in the early 20th century, Russian avant-garde artists sought to break from traditional artistic conventions and embraced abstraction, geometric forms, and functional design. These same principles became fundamental to Bauhaus in Germany and De Style in the Netherlands, creating a shared language of modernist expression that transcended national borders. Bauhaus, founded by Walter Gropius in 1919, was deeply influenced by the constructivist ideals that had taken root in Soviet Russia. Russian avant-garde artists such as L. Lissitzky and Alexander Rodchenko championed the idea of art serving a social and industrial function rather than being a purely decorative endeavor. This aligned closely with Bauhaus principles, which sought to integrate art, architecture, and design into a unified approach to modern living. Lissitzky's Proun series, which explored the relationship between space and form, directly influenced Bauhaus artists like Laszlo Moholy-Nagy, who incorporated constructivist-inspired compositions into photography and typography. Additionally, the constructivists' embrace of industrial materials and mass production mirrored Bauhaus's drive to design objects that could be widely manufactured for practical use. Similarly, De Stijl, led by Theo van Doesburg and Piet Mondrian, found common ground with the Russian avant-garde in its commitment to geometric abstraction and a utopian vision for art's role in society. Mondrian's neoplasticism, with its emphasis on primary colors and strict geometric grids, was reminiscent of Kazimir Malevich's suprematism, which sought to achieve pure abstraction through simple shapes and limited color palettes. Both movements rejected representational art in favor of an idealized, universal visual language that could transcend cultural and political boundaries. Van Doesburg's interactions with constructivist artists further strengthened this connection, as he advocated for the fusion of Russian avant-garde principles with De Stijl's strict formalism. Despite their differences in execution, Bauhaus, De Stijl, and the Russian avant-garde all shared a belief in the power of abstraction and the potential for art and design to transform society. The cross-pollination of ideas between these movements helped to shape the visual culture of the 20th century, influencing architecture, graphic design, and industrial design on a global scale. The avant-garde's bold experimentation with form and function laid the foundation for the modernist aesthetics that continue to shape contemporary design today. The connection to abstract expressionism and minimalism. The Russian avant-garde played a foundational role in shaping the aesthetics and philosophies of both abstract expressionism and minimalism, two of the most significant art movements of the 20th century. While originating in different cultural and historical contexts, these movements share a lineage that can be traced back to the radical experiments of artists like Kazimir Malevich, L. Lissitzky, and Alexander Rodchenko, who pioneered non-objective art, geometric abstraction, and an emphasis on pure form. Abstract expressionism, which emerged in the United States in the 1940s and 1950s, was heavily influenced by the spiritual and theoretical approaches of Russian avant-garde artists. Malevich's suprematism, which sought to convey pure feeling through abstract forms, found resonance in the gestural and emotive works of painters like Jackson Pollock and Mark Rothko. Rothko's use of floating blocks of color to evoke deep emotional responses parallels Malevich's black square, which was intended to transcend material reality and express a higher, universal truth. Additionally, Wassily Kandinsky, who was closely associated with the Russian avant-garde before joining the Bauhaus, contributed significantly to the development of abstract expressionism through his theories on the relationship between color, form, and spirituality. Minimalism, which gained prominence in the 1960s, also owes much to the Russian avant-garde, particularly constructivism. Minimalist artists such as Donald Judd and Frank Stella adopted the constructivist emphasis on geometric purity, industrial materials, and the rejection of traditional artistic illusions. The stark, reduced forms of minimalist sculpture and painting echo the work of Lissitzky and Rodchenko, who explored how art could be stripped down to its essential elements. Lissitzky's Pround compositions, which experimented with spatial relationships and dynamic geometry, prefigured the structured, impersonal approach of minimalist artists who sought to eliminate personal expression in favor of objective visual clarity. Both abstract expressionism and minimalism inherited the avant-garde's commitment to breaking from past artistic traditions and redefining the role of art in society. Where the Russian avant-garde sought to align art with revolutionary ideals, abstract expressionism channeled individualism and psychological depth, while minimalism pursued a more systematic and impersonal aesthetic. Despite these differences, the fundamental ideas of abstraction, reduction, and formal experimentation remain a lasting legacy of the Russian avant-garde, shaping modern and contemporary art movements long after its suppression in the Soviet Union. The role of Russian artists in the European avant-garde. Russian artists played a crucial role in shaping the European avant-garde, bringing radical new ideas that helped define modernist movements across the continent. Figures such as Kazimir Malevich, Wasily Kandinsky, El Lissitzky, and Natalia Goncharova were not only integral to the development of Russian avant-garde art, but also made significant contributions to Cubism, Futurism, Constructivism, and other artistic movements that emerged in the early 20th century. One of the most influential Russian artists in Europe was Kandinsky, whose work bridged the divide between Russian and German modernism. As a key member of Der Blaue Reiter in Munich, he was instrumental in the development of abstract art, creating compositions that emphasize spiritual expression through color and form. His theories on abstraction greatly influenced European artists, particularly those associated with the Bauhaus school, where he later became a professor. The Russian Futurists, led by artists such as Goncharova and Mikhail Larionov, were deeply engaged with their Italian counterparts, exchanging ideas about movement, dynamism, and the deconstruction of form. Goncharova's bold, primitivist aesthetic and her innovative work in painting, theater, and fashion had a profound impact on avant-garde circles in Paris, where she collaborated with Sergei Diaghilev's Ballets Russes. The Ballets Russes itself became a major conduit for Russian avant-garde ideas in the West, with artists like Goncharova, Leon Bakst, and Alexandra Exter designing costumes and sets that introduced European audiences to Russian modernist aesthetics. El Lissitzky played a pivotal role in bridging constructivist ideas between Russia and the European avant-garde. His Proun series and work in typography and graphic design influenced movements such as De Stijl and the Bauhaus. He collaborated with key European modernists, including Theo van Doesburg and Laszlo Moholy-Nagy, spreading constructivist principles of geometric abstraction and functional design. Lissitzky's revolutionary approach to art as an agent of social change resonated strongly with European artists seeking to redefine the relationship between art and society. While many Russian avant-garde artists found success in Europe, their contributions were often overshadowed or repressed after the rise of socialist realism in the Soviet Union. Nevertheless, their impact on the European avant-garde was profound, helping to shape the course of modern art and laying the groundwork for future movements such as abstract expressionism and minimalism. Their cross-cultural exchanges ensured that Russian avant-garde ideas remained an essential part of the global modernist discourse, even after their suppression in their homeland. The impact on graphic design and modernist architecture. The Russian avant-garde had a profound influence on both graphic design and modernist architecture, shaping the visual language of the 20th century and beyond. Its emphasis on geometric abstraction, functionalism, and the integration of art with technology laid the foundation for radical transformations in both fields, particularly through movements such as constructivism and suprematism. In graphic design, avant-garde artists like El Lissitzky, Alexander Rodchenko, and Varvara Stepanova pioneered a new visual approach that rejected ornamentation in favor of bold typography, asymmetry, and dynamic compositions. Lissitzky's use of typography as a structural element, evident in works such as Beat the Whites with the Red Wedge, influenced modern advertising, book design, and political propaganda. His collaborations with European modernists helped spread these ideas internationally, particularly to the Bauhaus and De Stijl movements. Rodchenko's photomontages, which combined photography with graphic elements to create powerful visual messages, became a defining technique of avant-garde propaganda and set a precedent for later political and commercial graphic design. The emphasis on clarity, abstraction, and function in Russian avant-garde design continues to inform contemporary branding, editorial layouts, and digital media. Modernist architecture was similarly transformed by avant-garde ideals, particularly through constructivism's emphasis on structure, utility, and social purpose. Architects such as Vladimir Tatlin, Konstantin Melnikov, and Ivan Leonidov sought to merge art with technology to create a built environment that reflected the dynamism of modern life. Tatlin's unrealized Monument to the Third International became a symbol of this ambition, embodying a utopian vision of architecture as an instrument of political change. Melnikov's cylindrical house and his design for the Rusakov Workers' Club demonstrated innovative approaches to form and function, utilizing bold geometric structures and new construction techniques. Leonidov's futuristic proposals, including his designs for communal housing and city planning, aligned with the avant-garde's vision of architecture as a means of shaping society. His ideas were echoed in later modernist movements, particularly brutalism and high-tech architecture, which shared the constructivist emphasis on raw materials and functionality. Many of these radical architectural concepts were curtailed by the Soviet government's shift toward socialist realism in the 1930s, but their influence persisted in the work of architects such as Le Corbusier, Mies van der Rohe, and Richard Rogers. The legacy of the Russian avant-garde in graphic design and modernist architecture remains deeply embedded in contemporary visual culture. From advertising and branding to urban planning and industrial design, the movement's radical principles continue to shape the aesthetics and functionality of the modern world. Contemporary artists inspired by the Russian avant-garde. The Russian avant-garde, with its radical experimentation in form, color, and composition, continues to inspire contemporary artists across various disciplines. Its legacy, rooted in abstraction, constructivism, and suprematism, has found resonance in modern painting, digital art, installation, and even fashion. Many contemporary artists revisit its visual language, adapting it to new technologies and socio-political contexts, while maintaining its spirit of innovation and disruption. One of the most direct inheritors of the Russian avant-garde's aesthetic is the American artist Barbara Kruger, whose work echoes the bold typography and photomontage techniques of constructivist pioneers like El Lissitzky and Alexander Rodchenko. Her striking red, white, and black compositions, often layered with politically charged statements, bear a strong resemblance to Soviet propaganda posters. Similarly, Shepard Fairey, best known for his Obey campaign and the Hope poster for Barack Obama's 2008 campaign, incorporates constructivist elements into street art and commercial design, proving the enduring influence of avant-garde visual strategies. In the realm of contemporary painting, artists such as El Lissitzky's spiritual successors, Kazimir Malevich-inspired abstractionists, and neo-constructivist painters continue to push the boundaries of geometric composition. Russian artist Erich Bulatov, for example, integrates suprematist forms with contemporary themes, often layering text over abstract landscapes to challenge the viewer's perception of space and reality. Similarly, Francisco Infante Arana, a Russian artist associated with kinetic and geometric abstraction, continues to develop ideas first explored by avant-garde pioneers, blending mathematics, movement, and structure. Digital and new media artists also draw heavily from the Russian avant-garde's exploration of technology and art. The rise of generative design and algorithm-based art echoes constructivist principles of systematic composition. Artists such as Refik Anadol use data visualization and artificial intelligence to create dynamic, abstract environments reminiscent of Malevich's suprematist compositions, but in an interactive, digital space. These innovations highlight how the avant-garde's core ideas of abstraction, functionality, and technological integration remain relevant in contemporary artistic practices. Even outside traditional art forms, the Russian avant-garde continues to shape contemporary culture. In fashion, designers like Raf Simons and Gosha Rubchinsky incorporate constructivist-inspired color blocking, bold typography, and Soviet-era aesthetics into their collections. Architectural firms such as Zaha Hadid Architects and Rem Koolhaas's OMA have embraced the experimental, futuristic approach first envisioned by avant-garde architects like Vladimir Tatlin and Ivan Leonidov. The continued engagement with Russian avant-garde aesthetics underscores the movement's timelessness and adaptability, whether through digital installations, political graphics, or fashion design. Contemporary artists channel its revolutionary energy, proving that the avant-garde remains a vital force in shaping modern visual culture. Chapter 12: Collecting and Exhibiting the Russian Avant-Garde. The Russian avant-garde, once suppressed and nearly forgotten within the Soviet Union, has experienced a significant revival through exhibitions and collections worldwide. Museums, galleries, and private collectors have played a crucial role in preserving, studying, and showcasing the radical artistic innovations of the early 20th century. These efforts have helped to reestablish the movement's importance in the global history of modern art, making works by Kazimir Malevich, El Lissitzky, Alexander Rodchenko, and Lyubov Popova more accessible to contemporary audiences. One of the earliest institutions to champion the Russian avant-garde was the Museum of Modern Art in New York, which began acquiring works by suprematist and constructivist artists as early as the 1930s. MoMA's exhibitions have provided crucial visibility to these artists, allowing their work to be studied and appreciated outside of the Soviet Union, where they had been marginalized by the rise of socialist realism. Similarly, the Centre Pompidou in Paris and the Tate Modern in London have dedicated significant exhibitions to the Russian avant-garde, highlighting its connections to European modernist movements such as De Stijl, Bauhaus, and Futurism. In Russia, the State Tretyakov Gallery and the Russian Museum have worked to restore and exhibit avant-garde works that were hidden or neglected during the Soviet era. The Tretyakov's collection includes key pieces by Malevich and Rodchenko, while the Russian Museum in St. Petersburg has sought to integrate avant-garde works into a broader narrative of Russian art history. Despite these efforts, challenges remain, particularly in issues of provenance, authenticity, and legal disputes over ownership. Many works by avant-garde artists were sold or smuggled out of Russia in the 1920s and 1930s, leading to a complex international market for these pieces. Private collectors and foundations have also played a major role in preserving the Russian avant-garde. Institutions such as the Kostakis Collection in Greece and the George Kostakis Archive have amassed significant holdings of early Soviet avant-garde art, ensuring that works which might have been lost or destroyed remain part of the historical record. The Getty Research Institute and other academic institutions have undertaken extensive research to catalog and authenticate avant-garde works, helping to combat forgeries and ensure the integrity of museum collections. Exhibiting the Russian avant-garde today not only celebrates its artistic achievements, but also contextualizes its historical and political significance. Through global exhibitions and scholarship, the movement has been reclaimed as a vital chapter in modern art, bridging the past and present in ongoing discussions about innovation, abstraction, and the intersection of art and ideology. The challenges of authenticity and forgery in avant-garde art. The Russian avant-garde has faced significant challenges in the art market and academic circles due to widespread issues of authenticity and forgery. Many of the movement's most influential works were created during a tumultuous period in Russian history, marked by political upheaval, suppression, and economic instability. As a result, provenance records for many avant-garde pieces are incomplete or unreliable, making it difficult to verify their authenticity. This has opened the door to an influx of forgeries, particularly since the late 20th century, when the avant-garde gained renewed international recognition and commercial value. One of the main reasons for the proliferation of forgeries is the fragmented and chaotic history of the Russian avant-garde. During the Soviet era, many original works were confiscated, destroyed, or left in storage with inadequate documentation. Some artists, such as Kazimir Malevich and El Lissitzky, saw their works vanish into obscurity as socialist realism took over as the dominant artistic style. After the fall of the Soviet Union, newly accessible archives and previously hidden collections led to a surge in the market for avant-garde art. However, the lack of clear records made it easy for forgers to introduce counterfeit works into the market, exploiting gaps in historical documentation. Forgeries range from outright fabrications to skillful manipulations of existing pieces, such as altering a lesser-known work to resemble a famous artist's style or adding fraudulent signatures to anonymous paintings. Some forgers have gone to great lengths, using old canvases and period-appropriate materials, to mimic the techniques of avant-garde masters. Even museums and reputable galleries have occasionally been deceived, leading to public scandals and legal battles over ownership and authenticity. Efforts to combat forgery have led to increased scientific analysis and forensic techniques in art authentication. Institutions such as the Tretyakov Gallery, the Russian Museum, and the Getty Research Institute have employed infrared imaging, pigment analysis, and carbon dating to verify artworks. Additionally, researchers have been compiling digital archives and catalogs raisonné to establish clearer provenance records for major avant-garde artists. These initiatives aim to create a more reliable foundation for collectors, scholars, and institutions working with avant-garde art. Despite these advancements, the challenge of distinguishing authentic works from forgeries remains a pressing issue. The demand for Russian avant-garde art continues to grow, and with it, the incentive for skilled forgers to produce convincing imitations. As scholarship and technology progress, the hope is that a more definitive understanding of the movement's artistic legacy will emerge, safeguarding its contributions to modern art history from the distortions of forgery and speculation. Major museums and private collections. The Russian avant-garde, once suppressed and overlooked, is now celebrated in major museums and prestigious private collections worldwide. Institutions across Europe, the United States, and Russia have played a crucial role in preserving and exhibiting these revolutionary works, ensuring their influence on modern art remains visible. One of the most significant repositories of Russian avant-garde art is the State Tretyakov Gallery in Moscow. Housing works by Kazimir Malevich, Alexander Rodchenko, Lyubov Popova, and other pioneers, the museum has actively worked to reestablish the movement's historical importance. Similarly, the Russian Museum in St. Petersburg maintains an impressive collection showcasing pieces that span the constructivist and suprematist movements, including Malevich's later works. The Museum of Modern Art, MoMA, in New York has also played a pivotal role in shaping the global perception of the avant-garde. MoMA's collection includes iconic works such as Malevich's suprematist composition and El Lissitzky's Proun series. The museum's exhibitions have introduced American audiences to the movement's radical experiments in abstraction, photography, and design. In Europe, the Centre Pompidou in Paris and the Stedelijk Museum in Amsterdam have amassed significant collections, reflecting the avant-garde's impact on international modernism. Private collectors have also contributed to the movement's rediscovery. George Kostikis, a Greek collector based in Moscow, was instrumental in preserving Russian avant-garde works during the Soviet era. His collection, once stored in secret, became one of the most comprehensive private holdings of avant-garde art. After Kostakis emigrated to Greece, a significant portion of his collection was acquired by the State Tretyakov Gallery, while others ended up in international institutions. In addition to established museums, recent efforts to catalog and exhibit the Russian avant-garde have been led by institutions such as the Getty Research Institute and the Tate Modern in London. These efforts have helped bring greater academic scrutiny to the movement and combat the challenges of forgery and misattribution. The legacy of the Russian avant-garde is now firmly cemented in global art history. As major museums continue to acquire and display these groundbreaking works, and as private collectors invest in their preservation, the movement remains a defining force in the evolution of modern and contemporary art. The market for avant-garde art today. The market for Russian avant-garde art has experienced significant growth in recent decades, fueled by a resurgence of scholarly interest, major museum exhibitions, and the increasing demand for historically significant modernist works. Once dismissed or overlooked due to Soviet-era suppression and Cold War biases, avant-garde paintings, sculptures, and design pieces now command high prices in international auctions, with collectors and institutions competing for rare works. One of the main drivers of this market is the scarcity of authentic pieces. Many works were destroyed, lost, or remained hidden in Soviet archives for decades. As a result, verified paintings by Kazimir Malevich, Alexander Rodchenko, L. Lisitsky, and Lyubov Popova have become highly sought after. Malevich's Suprematist Composition, 1916, set a record when it sold for $85.8 million at Christie's in 2018, reflecting the strong demand for groundbreaking early 20th century abstraction. Similarly, works by Natalia Goncharova and Wasily Kandinsky, though often associated with European modernism, attract considerable attention from collectors interested in the avant-garde's roots. Despite the growing enthusiasm, the market is plagued by the persistent issue of forgeries. The Russian avant-garde has been one of the most frequently counterfeited art movements, with a surge of dubious works surfacing after the fall of the Soviet Union. Auction houses and collectors must exercise caution, relying on provenance research, expert authentication, and scientific analysis to verify legitimacy. The problem has led to some high-profile legal disputes and museum scandals, which in turn have made institutions more selective in their acquisitions. Beyond traditional paintings and sculptures, the market for avant-garde design, photography, and printed materials has also flourished. Rodchenko's constructivist posters and avant-garde photomontages have seen rising values, especially as interest in early 20th century graphic design grows. Limited edition publications and propaganda posters from the 1920s, which once circulated as mass-produced materials, and are now recognized as vital artifacts of modernist history, fetching substantial prices at art fairs and auctions. Collectors from Russia, Europe, and the United States continue to drive the market, with interest also expanding in Asia, where appreciation for early modernism has grown. Major sales occur through auction houses such as Sotheby's, Christie's, and Phillips, as well as specialized galleries dealing in Russian art. With ongoing research and exhibitions elevating the status of avant-garde artists, the market remains strong, though it is shaped by both the rarity of genuine works and the challenges of authentication. As demand continues to rise, the Russian avant-garde maintains its position as one of the most compelling and valuable segments of the modern art market. The controversy surrounding ownership and provenance. The ownership and provenance of Russian avant-garde art have been subjects of intense debate and legal battles, largely due to the turbulent history of the movement and the political upheavals of the 20th century. Many works were lost, stolen, or appropriated during the Soviet era, creating complex disputes over rightful ownership. Additionally, the proliferation of forgeries and unverifiable provenance records has further complicated the authentication and sale of these works in the global art market. One of the main sources of controversy is the fate of avant-garde works confiscated or nationalized after the 1917 revolution. The Soviet government seized numerous pieces from private collectors, galleries, and artists themselves, redistributing them to state museums or placing them in storage. Some works disappeared altogether, while others resurfaced under unclear circumstances decades later. After the fall of the Soviet Union, restitution claims emerged as heirs of artists and former owners attempted to recover lost works, often encountering legal obstacles due to the murky documentation of Soviet-era acquisitions. Another issue is the looting and displacement of avant-garde art during World War II. The Nazi invasion led to the destruction or theft of many important pieces, some of which ended up in private collections or foreign museums. The post-war Soviet government, in turn, confiscated and concealed certain artworks as war trophies, leading to disputes over whether these pieces should be returned to their original owners. The international art world has seen growing pressure to address these historical injustices, though legal pathways for restitution remain inconsistent. Forgery and misattribution have also fueled ownership controversies. The Russian Avant-Garde is one of the most frequently counterfeited movements in art history, with a flood of questionable works entering the market, particularly in the 1990s and 2000s. Many pieces attributed to artists like Kazimir Malevich, Alexander Rodchenko, and L. Lissitzky lack verifiable provenance, making it difficult to distinguish genuine works from high-quality forgeries. Some museums and collectors have unwittingly acquired dubious pieces, leading to scandals and high-profile lawsuits. In response, institutions and auction houses have tightened their authentication processes, relying on scientific analysis, archival research, and expert evaluations. However, even with these measures, disputes over ownership persist, as different parties lay claim to valuable works based on competing historical narratives. As interest in Russian avant-garde art continues to grow, the resolution of these provenance controversies will remain a crucial issue in both the legal and ethical dimensions of the art world. The future of Russian avant-garde art in the global context. The Russian avant-garde, once a movement silenced by Soviet cultural policies, has experienced a resurgence in global recognition. Today, its legacy continues to influence contemporary art, architecture, design, and even digital media. As scholars, collectors, and institutions reevaluate its historical significance, the future of Russian avant-garde art remains a dynamic subject shaped by technological advancements, evolving political landscapes, and shifting cultural perspectives. One of the most significant factors in the movement's future is its increasing presence in major international exhibitions and museum collections. Institutions such as the Tate Modern in London, the Museum of Modern Art in New York, and the Centre Pompidou in Paris have devoted extensive research and exhibition space to Russian avant-garde masters like Malevich, Rodchenko, and Tatlin. This institutional backing not only solidifies the movement's status within the global canon of modern art, but also facilitates scholarly discourse and new discoveries related to lost or misattributed works. The digital age presents new opportunities for the avant-garde's continued evolution. Contemporary artists frequently draw inspiration from constructivist and suprematist aesthetics, adapting these principles to virtual reality, AI-generated art, and interactive installations. The geometric abstraction of Malevich or the bold propaganda designs of L. Lissitzky find echoes in contemporary graphic design and branding. Additionally, digital archives and blockchain technology are being explored as ways to document provenance, potentially reducing the forgeries that have long plagued the market. Despite its growing international prominence, the avant-garde's position within Russia itself remains complex. While the movement is celebrated as a key chapter in Russian cultural history, political shifts have influenced how it is framed within state-sponsored exhibitions and academic discourse. Some elements of the avant-garde's radical, utopian ideals remain at odds with contemporary Russian nationalist narratives, leading to selective reinterpretations of its significance. However, independent artists and institutions continue to engage with its legacy, ensuring that its experimental spirit endures. As global art markets continue to expand, the value of Russian avant-garde works is expected to rise, making them even more sought after by collectors. However, this increase in demand also raises ethical questions about the accessibility of these works, particularly as many remain in private hands or subject to ongoing restitution claims. Ultimately, the future of Russian avant-garde art lies in its ability to transcend historical and political boundaries. Whether through academic research, contemporary reinterpretations, or digital innovations, the movement's radical vision of art as a force for transformation continues to resonate, ensuring its influence in the global artistic landscape for years to come. Chapter 13, Conclusion. The Russian avant-garde remains one of the most groundbreaking and influential movements in modern art history. Emerging in the early 20th century as a response to the rapid social and political transformations sweeping Russia, it embodied a radical rethinking of artistic expression. Pioneers like Kazimir Malevich, El Lissitzky, Vladimir Tatlin, and Alexander Rodchenko pushed the boundaries of painting, sculpture, architecture, photography, and film, introducing revolutionary concepts that would shape the course of global modernism. Despite its brief period of flourishing, the avant-garde left a lasting imprint on art, design, and visual culture. Its bold use of abstraction, geometric forms, and experimental techniques resonated far beyond Russia, influencing movements like Bauhaus, De Style, and abstract expressionism. Even after being suppressed by the rise of socialist realism in the 1930s, its core ideas persisted, resurfacing in postmodern art, graphic design, and digital media. Today, echoes of constructivist and suprematist aesthetics can be seen in everything from corporate branding to contemporary architecture. One of the most compelling aspects of the Russian avant-garde is its deep entanglement with political and social change. Many of its leading figures viewed art as a tool for revolution, seeking to dismantle traditional hierarchies and create new visual languages that reflected the modern world. However, this utopian vision was ultimately constrained by the realities of Soviet political repression. As Stalin's cultural policies took hold, many avant-garde artists were silenced, forced into exile, or redirected toward state-approved artistic forms. In recent decades, renewed interest in the movement has led to major exhibitions, academic studies, and rediscoveries of lost works. While challenges remain, particularly concerning the authenticity and provenance of certain pieces, the avant-garde's place in art history is now firmly established. Museums, collectors, and contemporary artists continue to engage with its legacy, ensuring that its influence remains relevant in the 21st century. Ultimately, the Russian avant-garde was more than just a collection of artistic movements. It was a radical vision of creativity as a force for societal transformation. Its bold experimentation, interdisciplinary approach, and commitment to reimagining the world continue to inspire artists, designers, and thinkers across generations. Though shaped by the turbulent political landscape of its time, its legacy transcends borders, serving as a testament to the power of art to challenge, disrupt, and redefine human experience.